Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Some Teton County commissioners say putting an employee housing complex on top of a morgue makes sense due to the housing shortage. But Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the coroner's office is strongly against it.
The coroner, Brent Blue of Teton County, is saying who would want to live above a morgue in an industrial area? Maybe consider temporary housing if you're going to push the issue. County commissioners, conversely, are saying to get 2, maybe more housing units for $1 million by, stacking it on the morgue plans that are already underway. That's amazing for Teton County, which is riddled with dire housing shortages for workforce, including county employees. Why would we not?
Chief Deputy Coroner Russell Nelson, who's running to lead the office, was less subtle, comparing it to being, quote, downwind of the carcass disposal pit at the transfer station. The U.S. House passed a bill Tuesday to make daylight saving time permanent, but Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that Representative Harriet Hageman was one of only 2 Republicans who voted against it, arguing it would put school children in the dark.
Wyoming's Representative Harriet Hageman voted against the measure, saying it would rob farmers and ranchers of precious sunlight. H.R. 139 would make daylight savings permanent if it is passed by the Senate and signed into law by President Donald Trump. The Senate has not yet scheduled to vote on the Sunshine Act.
The 308 to 117 vote advances the act to the Senate, which, if approved, would make daylight saving time permanent. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Here's another driving safety tip from WYDOT. Download the Wyoming 511 app for hands-free information on your mobile device. Visit wyoroad.info for road conditions, closures, weather forecasts, web cameras, and much more. This has been another safety tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name is Tom Kelly, and I'm running for the Republican nomination for Superintendent of Public Instruction. An important duty of the superintendent is to make decisions on the State Land and Investment Board. Wyoming has serious challenges and big choices to make around energy and economic development. As a member of the board, if I know something, you'll know something. With full transparency, Wyoming can take advantage of the economic opportunities without letting mega corporations take advantage of us. I'm Tom Kelly, and I approve this message.
Paid for by the committee to elect Tom Kelly.
At Cowboy State Daily, we cover everything Wyoming, like the 2026 elections.
The White House, they sent Senate President Bo Whiteman a letter that's basically an attaboy saying, wow, good job, Senate.
The outdoors.
The last time they had a proposed hunting season, they would have issued 20 hunting tags.
And the issues you care about.
The report came out and it shows the school district to be in violation.
Covering Wyoming like nobody else can. This is Cowboy State Daily. Cowboy State Daily News continues now. The photographer who shot video of the Yellowstone bison attacking the 65-year-old grandpa ran after the animal when he saw it standing over the man. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi spoke with professional photographer Mike McLeod, who says, quote, I just started running at the bison trying to be intimidating.
He rushed at the bison trying to make himself as large and loud and intimidating as possible, but he didn't really frame that as heroic or brave. He said that was just what needed to be done, and he acted kind of instinctually. And when McLeod was with McDaniel waiting for Yellowstone EMS to arrive, he gave him a 9.5 out of 10 in terms of the landing after being tossed in the air. And McDaniel said, well, if you'd caught me a couple years sooner, I would have stuck it.
Thankfully, other observers followed McLeod's lead, yelling and running toward the bison, which was enough to send it running. Despite promising a press conference this week to address the metadata center contamination of Cheyenne's wastewater system, the Board of Public Utilities now say it won't. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that the company is opting instead to release a statement addressing questions.
I did talk to City Councilman Pete Laybourne, who expressed disappointment in the decision and said it's not really fair to lead people on thinking there's going to be this and then to about face and say, no, we're gonna do something different. Pete Laybourne is frustrated. Exie Brown, who's running for House seat, also expressed disappointment and said it sounds like the Board of Public Utilities is just trying to be careful with their answers and don't necessarily want to be blindsided by follow-up questions.
The public outrage over the contamination contamination has built for weeks after the BOPU made the contamination public months after it happened. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
We said we'd never give in to a meltdown.
Okay.
And we'd never babysit with a screen. We said we'd never let the toys take over.
Mariella.
Never leave the house looking, well, and never let them out of our sight. Skylar, come here. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock.
Good morning. Cowboy State Daily Show, halfway through the week, halfway through the month. It's Wednesday, July 15, in the year 2026. Just in case you need full updating, today's show includes a visit from Zachariah Fike. Zach, I believe, is now a lieutenant colonel. But rank doesn't matter here. We're going to talk about his work with Purple Hearts and returning a Purple Heart medal to those who earned it, or at least trying. He's founded the agency doing that. Jessica Lewis McFate joins us, and we're going to talk about military intelligence, all kinds of stuff regarding Iran, President Trump, whether a threat on his life is valid. It'll be very interesting. Brook Grant drops in, compete for a cause, now in its 8th year, I think, something like that. Oh, it's a fantastic event. Betsey Hale from Cheyenne Leads will explain her op-ed that she wrote the other day. And again, the concern is data centers. It'll be interesting to see what Betsey has to say. Dennis Graham, Jordan Dean, they're working to refurbish the cool bucking horse dude on the Wrangler building in Cheyenne. It's almost ready for unveiling. And we'll ask them, how did you fix it when nobody else could? David Giralt, he's running for U.S. House, one of many. Giralt pops in and explains how his campaign is working. And Judd Rogers makes the scene executive director of the Wyoming PBS Foundation. Judd is a climber himself, and he'll talk about this movie, A Life Outside, a 90-minute documentary debuting today as part of YO Gives. It makes its premiere. It's already played at festivals. It's already won awards. But the general public gets its first look at this. A Life Outside, American Mountain Guides. And it highlights some legendary climbers, Paul Petzold, Glenn Exum, and some modern day stuff as well. It's all about climbing mountains, but you know, that's a metaphor for summiting any problem in your life, right? Those climbing mountains, same as runners, those who run, they're running to or from something. Climbers are scaling, conquering their problems, in my opinion. But I can't wait to see this PBS, the latest PBS special debuting today. Weather across the state, sunny and hot in Casper, highs 97. As that heat wave continues but begins to lose strength. And we'll start to see monsoon moisture push its way into the area. Lander, sunny 95 today. Evanston, chance of rain in the afternoon. Otherwise, mostly sunny 86. Rock Springs, 94 with clouds on the increase. Pinedale, slight chance of rain about 4 in the afternoon. Otherwise, mostly sunny, breezy 88. Could see a rain shower in Afton about 2-ish. Otherwise, sunny and 88 as well. DuBois, chance of rain, clouds increasing, breezy 85 the high. Slight chance of rain in Jackson in the afternoon, sunny and 90 otherwise. Thermopolis, you might see a late afternoon rain shower. Until then, sunny and hot. 98 the high in Thermop, 89 in Cody with a chance of afternoon rain. Buffalo, sunny, 94. Sheridan, a flood watch today. Sunny and 96. How does that happen? I got to make a note for myself to ask Don. Bighorn under a flood watch today. Yet not Buffalo. Don Day explained the other day how those communities on the eastern slope of the Bighorns, as you run top to bottom, Ranchester, Dayton, Sheridan, Buffalo, down to KC, all the way down to Casper, can have such a variety of weather. And these communities, some of them are just a half-hour drive apart. How can Sheridan be under a flood watch and Buffalo just down the road, sunny and 94? I don't get it. Big questions for Don. Heat advisory until Thursday night in Gillette, sunny 98. Newcastle, you're under a heat advisory as well with highs of 94. Torrington, plenty of heat. Red flag warning as well. Sunny and 96 in Torrington. Lusk, heat advisory till midnight tonight. And a red flag warning till about 8 tonight. 91 degrees, sunny and hot in Lusk. Cheyenne, heat advisory in the state capital till midnight. Red flag warning, that would be the winds, which are going to average about 20-ish miles an hour, but gusts higher than that. Sunny, breezy, highs 89 in Cheyenne. 86, sunny, breezy in Laramie. Sunny and hot in Rawlins with a high of 91. That's weather forecast across the state. Mostly hot, but you start to see a little precip sneaking its way in. Stories in the Cowboy State Daily. One of the lead stories, shocking or not, Teton County. Every time we go to Teton County, I feel shame living here, but only for a couple more months as I make my move out of Hollywood, out of bizarro world, Teton County. I hate to besmirch the county that's been home to me for 3 decades, but let's face it, Teton County in many ways is not real. And people who live here have lost touch with reality. There's new people moving in, bringing a new influx of those who have no idea what it is to live a Wyoming life. They love Wyoming from the outside. Can't wait to get here. Tax advantages and little elbow room compared to where they live. Jackson Hole looks great until they get here. And then they want to make some changes. Yes, this place would be great if we could just tweak it a little bit to make it look like fill in the blank. The county in California I left. Okay. Happens a lot. But usually a good hedge for that is your local leadership, your local electeds, the county commissioners, the town council. Usually they keep the newbies in check. Not in Teton County. They are the newbies. They play hand in hand for the newbies and spreading socialism everywhere, building everybody their affordable house. Teton County, so desperate. I'm reading the headline from Claire McFarland. Teton County, so desperate for housing, it wants to build houses on top of a morgue. This sounds like a Drudge headline. I mean, this thing may go viral. This is like building 101. You don't put a house on an Indian burial ground. It's bad luck. You don't put a house on a morgue. It's bad smells. At least that's what County Coroner Brent Blue said. He's like, it's going to be like living downwind of the carcass disposal pit. And I have dumped a dead horse there, and it is not pleasant. I can tell you firsthand. But you know what? Someone will live in it. Someone will. There'll be some skid, some 90-day wonder, some couch surfer, some lifty, some server, some important part of the economy. I'm not, getting down on these people. There'll be someone who'll live there because currently they're living in a tent. They're camping. Currently they're living with their roommate's girlfriend's brother. And they're living 8 to a 1 bedroom. I mean, there'll be somebody who'll take it, but it just shows you the extent of the housing issue, which is real, but the efforts government makes to fix it. And whenever government attempts to fix anything, I rarely see a positive outcome, right? Government will roll up its sleeves and get to work fixing this affordable housing thing, just like we fixed affordable health care. Oops. Just like you fixed everything. Big government will take care of you. Yeah, right. I don't think it's government's job to be messing in the housing business and to be messing around in real estate, because this little eyesore of a headline is only the tip of the iceberg that has been failed attempts to build housing in Teton County for the worker bees. Failed many times. The latest might be shocking to some, but not if you've been following the saga that is Teton County affordable housing efforts. Now so desperate for housing, Teton County wants to build affordable housing on top of a morgue. Does that sound ridiculous? It sounds made up. Is this Casper Planet? No. And this might sound made up too. This is on top of what I have witnessed in my brief time here in Jackson Hole. What we refer to, the locals refer to, if we have some institutional memory, the Cheney Lane debacle. The Teton County Housing Authority, the then Housing Authority of Teton County, purchased 5 acres in Wilson, Wyoming in 2007 for $2.1 million. Now, it sounds like a steal, certainly today. Remember, this is 2007. This is almost 20 years ago. So $2.1 million for 5 acres in Wilson? Oh, yeah. It was a good deal. It'd be a steal today. It was a good deal then, kind of. How did the Housing Authority come up with that money? Well, your taxpayer money, Teton County. They used the specific purpose excise tax, SPET funds. SPET funds are used by various counties across Wyoming to address major capital improvements that the county couldn't otherwise afford. Let's say Buffalo wanted to build its municipal pool, which they did. A pool for everybody, a public swimming pool. You would probably do it through the SPET tax. Or if you needed to redo your entire sewer system or some major expense that's not part of the normal budget, and a town looks and says, we could never afford that, let's do an extra penny tax. So that's what Teton County did. Only this project was so vague, it didn't address any actual housing. It didn't have a builder. It didn't have actual housing. It just had some blank land. It asked taxpayers to play a real estate game, to play in the real estate market. You think that sounds dangerous in Teton County, the way real estate goes? Taxpayers who had no idea, for the most part, 80% of taxpayers in Teton County, I'll ballpark, have no idea what spet tax is. They have no idea how it works. They don't even know they're taxing themselves a penny. They don't get their figure out penny. They voted for it, as they vote for just about everything on the spet ballot. And they passed it. And this project, $2.1 million of taxpayer money, went to buy 5 acres of land. Had a couple buildings on it, but they were going to tear those down. That land was never developed. No housing was ever put on it due to various reasons. There were zoning issues. Here's my favorite part. The county bought the land. The county controls the zoning. They're right down the hall. If you are in the county commission and you buy 5 acres of land and then you find out it's not zoned for residential housing, or at least not as dense as they wanted to make it. Oh no, says the commission. What did we do? We're screwed. Why did they just go down the hall and say, hey, planning and zoning, change the zoning on this 5-acre property. We just spent $2.1 million on it. They didn't. The zoning was an issue. Then there was another issue. Then they couldn't find anybody to build it. And then finally, with your taxpayer money, in the end game, the county sold it, bought it, sat on it for 5 years, 2007. No, they sat on it for 9 years. They sold it in 2016. 5 acres, prime real estate in Wilson, Wyoming, the most expensive place to live probably in America. And they sold it, get this, at a loss. Bought it for $2.1 million, sold it 9 years later for $2.05 million to Sage Flats LLC. You're housing the Cheney Lane debacle, and only the Teton County Commission can play the Jackson Hole real estate game and lose.
A good life begins with a good company. Powder River Energy Corporation, or Precorp, a consumer-owned electric cooperative in Northeast Wyoming, has careers in accounting, member service, and engineering. Precorp is always striving for A-plus service, great rates, and being a trusted energy partner. Their work environment is driven by knowing your role, living your values, and making your career plan. If you are looking to be part of an industry leader, then look no further. Go to precorp.coop/employment opportunities and apply today.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org, because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Cowboy State Daily Show here on a Wednesday. Our first guest this morning, Zachariah Fike. Zach is, I think, until recently, a major. Now we're going to have to address a lieutenant colonel. Is that right?
Correct. Thank you.
Oh, Lieutenant Colonel Fike. From combat to command, Lieutenant Colonel Fike has extensive and wide-ranging background in U.S. military operations. He's a Purple Heart recipient himself, a couple of Bronze Stars in there, and we're going to talk Purple Heart and how it became important to you to return those medals, which are way more than just medals, you know, they're just so symbolic of service. I'm so interested in learning how you got involved, and I think it's sort of part antiquing. You got in a little bit into antiquing, and then just, you know, wanting to do the right thing and get Purple Hearts returned. It's called Purple Hearts Reunited. This is the founder and executive director. Great to have you on, Zach.
Hey, it's appreciated. Thank you for hearing our story. And to your point, yeah, veterans, you know, have been fighting for the past 20 years. And you experience a lot. You experience some goods and some bads. And as we return home after multiple deployments, some of us are looking for an outlet. And, you know, whether that's talking to someone, finding a purpose, you know, starting a nonprofit, creating a new business. You know, I encourage my fellow veterans, men and women, to get out there and stay engaged. It's very important for your health, your mental health, and your physical health. For me, I had a good friend who was also a serviceman. He collected antiques, and it fascinated me every time I went to his house to see these amazing things. And he kind of taught me. He taught me what to look for. And as we ventured into these shops, we noticed that there was a lot of discarded military items. You know, uniforms, helmets, medals, things that would belong to your grandfather or your dad who fought in the Vietnam War. And it broke my heart because I came from a long lineage of military service. My mom served, my father served, my grandfathers, my great-grandfathers. And I became what you might want to call a military collector. I started rescuing these items from these shops, didn't know what to do with them, didn't necessarily know the value of them. But for Christmas in 2009, my mom, trying to go along those lines, found a Purple Heart, of all things, in an antique shop in upstate New York. And it had a name on the back. And it was the big gift of the evening for Christmas. And when I saw that case and I saw that medal, I knew it was special. And when I turned that medal over and I saw that name, something spoke out to me that, hey, this does not belong to you. And you need to figure out where it came from and what to do with it. And it set me on a journey to find out everything I could about this veteran who was killed in World War II. And this medal was not supposed to be lost. It just happened to be separated from the family, and we had an opportunity to return it to them, which essentially sparked what we know today as Purple Hearts Reunited.
Wow. You can read more about the latest efforts regarding Zach's outfit in the Cowboy State Daily. You probably saw the story. After fighting Purple Heart flag and pics, Gillette's siblings are on a mission to find who they belong to. That's incredible, Zach. I feel you with not just the Purple Hearts, but the whole antiquing. When you see an antique or a Purple Heart medal, it's not just that thing, that item. It's the story behind it, the story that got it there. So every Purple Heart has a story. It was pinned on someone for whatever reason. For you, I think it was Afghanistan. A rocket goes off. You're injured. And by the way, Zach saw combat before he ever put on a uniform. His mom was one of the first female drill sergeants in the Army. Can you imagine the mom drill sergeant?
Different type of combat. Yeah, they brought combat home with them. So yeah, I didn't get away with much. Both my parents were drill sergeants. So
oh my God, his dad, a Vietnam War vet, as he said, he could trace his service back to the Civil War as far as how long the military career stretches. So all right, so you've got this first time, this spark now of returning Purple Hearts to who they belong to. And then how did that all get rolling? You said it's not one and done for you. You thought, man, I got to keep doing this.
Well, I think the piece that's maybe lost in some people, it goes beyond just the veteran who earned it. You know, a lot of these young men and women who serve our country don't come home at all.
Yeah.
There's a family that's left to burden that loss. And, you know, maybe we do a better job today, but in our history, you know, we used to just deliver a telegram and that's it. That's all you got. And so I didn't realize until that first return, in this case, his loss created a rift within the family, a large Italian family. The return resulted in a first ever family reunion. So I got to see ages 92 years old to 2 years old meeting for the first time, not necessarily to get the medal, but to meet each other and to rally around the memory of this lost brother, lost cousin. So it became more than just a piece of metal. It became a spirit. It became a memory of the veteran bringing his family back together again for the first time. And because that got some news attention, people started sending Purple Hearts in the mail. And I'm like, oh, no, I don't know if I could do this again. But I just put my head down. I had faith. We kept going. And here we are later, over 1,000 Purple Hearts have been returned to families all over the country, to include roughly 5,000 related military artifacts. So to your point, it doesn't have to be a Purple Heart. It could be a ring. It could be a Bible. It could be a helmet with the soldier's name in it. If it has a name on it, we have the ability to return it to its owners.
Now, that was one of my questions. It doesn't have to be just a Purple Heart. That I've figured would be the case. Now, with a Purple Heart, though, what kind of evidence do you have to get you started on research? I mean, you've got to tap into a database on one end, but what do you know? If I found a Purple Heart and said I found this in a rummage sale, what could you learn from that thing?
Well, the Purple Heart is our nation's oldest medal. It actually predates the Medal of Honor, which is our highest decoration, created by General George Washington, and wasn't made into a physical medal until February 22nd of 1932. That was retroactively awarded to soldiers from World War I, and then we have kept with that tradition ever since. Generally, Purple Hearts have been manufactured over time a little bit differently. So to the naked eye, if you laid out a World War I, World War II, Korea, Vietnam, Purple Heart, maybe to the naked eye, you wouldn't tell the difference. But to me, I would be able to point out certain differences that would essentially steer me to the right error that I need to research. You know, what if it's a common name like John Smith? There's hundreds of John Smiths that have served in our military, but knowing or seeing the medal will allow me to steer in the right direction so I can narrow down my search. In the case of figuring out who it belongs to, the country started a tradition in World War II where we engraved those medals that were posthumous. Posthumous meaning the soldier died in combat. These medals were then engraved and then mailed to their moms and dads and their wives or husbands if it was a woman. And for these families, this is the last tangible item that they'll ever receive. You know, the last gift they can touch, they can hold. Women would wear it on a necklace around their necks for the rest of their lives. Dad had a special place for it on the mantle over the fireplace. This was it. This was their son that was never coming home. So to be separated with that and to be reunited is very special. But it's through that name that I can start my research. So it has to be engraved. It has to be engraved. And generally the services would put your first name, your middle initial, your last name. And that's how I began my search.
Tell me about some of the searches that you don't have to recall specific, but I imagine some hit a dead end and then another lead. Like some are cold cases for you, maybe for a long time, and then you finally make a breakthrough. You probably have data. You have resources that are your first go-to. What does the general search look like?
I would say 90% of the time we can locate you within 5 minutes or less.
Wow.
But there are some cases where they're a little bit more challenging. Sometimes you have to table a medal for maybe 3 months. The internet is constantly updating and people are constantly updating information. What's also great is the families are more helpful than they actually realize. If you've ever written an obituary for a family member, they're pretty detailed.
Yeah.
So for me, I'm able to use those obituaries and then essentially list every single relative down to cousins So it kind of gives me a map of where I need to go and who I need to contact. But that obituary might not have existed 3 months ago because that person was still living. So yes, there are rare occasions where we have to table some research, give it some time, and then go after it again. But to date, we've been able to find a solution for every medal we've ever received.
Wow. We're talking to Zachary Fike, now Lieutenant Colonel Fike, and he has founded Purple Hearts Reunited, getting Purple Hearts and other artifacts and important things back to where they belong, the families or the servicemen or women. Zach, where do you get most of your stuff, Purple Hearts or whatever it is, where it comes to you? People know of you, I'm sure, and say this is a way to, if they found it in some kind of somebody's attic or whatever. How do you get most of it? How does it get to you?
If you can envision something being lost and found, we have probably heard about it.
Right.
These medals are turning up in old abandoned homes, vehicles, furniture. People used to hide their valuables back in the Depression era. False wall or in the floor. They didn't trust the banking systems. So, a young couple buys an old house and they start to renovate and they tear out the wall and they find these amazing treasures behind the wall. Airline tarmac. So somebody had it in their luggage and it fell out when the baggage was being unloaded. Taxi cabs. So somebody had it in the cab and forgot it. A Broadway show. So a veteran was actually wearing it and it fell off in the darkness. Some amazing stories of lost and found.
Yeah.
And then we just have the amazing opportunity to be a small part of the process to return these items back to the families.
Now, sometimes, let's say there's a success story, you have found where it belongs, you make contact, and sometimes I think you make a big deal of it. Is there some kind of ceremony, a return ceremony? Do you like try to coordinate something?
Yeah, we never push a family in any really direction. At the end of the day, this is their ceremony. This is their process. This is their closure. Some families are very discreet. They don't want any attention, and we simply mail the medal to them in the mail. But some families never got an opportunity to remember their veteran. So many soldiers were coming home by the day in World War II. No one got any special treatment. So for them, this is 80 years later, they get an opportunity to tell the world who their brother was, who their dad was. So in this case, we might go to them. Some of my favorite returns are just sitting in a family living room on their couch, and they're showing me the photo album, and they're telling me the stories. My brother was my hero. He'd walk me to the bus stop every day, and I felt safe when he was there. But when he didn't come home, my whole life turned upside down. I mean, those are real raw emotions. This isn't a made-up story. This isn't reality TV. This is real loss, real sacrifice, and a family that suffered for 80 years. Or they might want the world to know, and they want to do a ceremony in town, and the VFW and the American Legion and all the old timers come out with their flags, and it's amazing. And people get to learn who maybe a lost veteran was. In some cases, we've returned medals to towns that didn't realize that veteran was from their hometown. And to see a city worker, you've probably been to a local park where they have a memorial with all the names of the rosters of those that didn't come home. To see a city worker on bended knee chiseling out a new name, man, it just brings tears to your eyes.
Yeah.
We had a part of that. Now this guy is remembered and his legacy will remain forever.
So many degrees of success with a return medal or return artifact like this. At the very least, you mentioned it's going to touch a family in some way. And I think so many times a veteran, whether they're lost or shelled up in themselves, that story is not completely told. No one wants to tell it. No one really wants to hear it. And then also, this is going to spark a conversation. They're like, wow, I never knew that about Grandpa. Or, yeah, that is such a positive thing. So much more important than mailing the medal and having the family open and say, oh, we have this. No, there's a lot more attached to it. Zach, similarly to Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, there's probably Purple Hearts you cannot find out who they belong to, and that's symbolic in that they belong to anyone who doesn't have theirs or hasn't had theirs back. What happens to those where you can't find the person?
So if the medal is not engraved, you're 100% accurate. there's no possible way to figure out who it belonged to unless it had some accompanying paperwork or clues that would steer me in the right direction. Generally, those medals that are engraved, we can find or at least identify the family, but in some cases, to your point, they might have been the only son. So his death ended the family legacy, and that name did not continue. In those rare occasions, what we do is we find homes of honor. So I know where you served and where you enlisted in. Let's say you were from Syracuse, New York. I would try to find a home of honor in your hometown so that medal is preserved locally and can continue the education process. That might be town hall. That might be a historical society. Your alma mater. I've returned medals to UCLA or University of Connecticut and Student Hall. There's these now framed Purple Hearts of alumni that sacrificed their lives. And now they have a new home. They have a new family where their medal can be preserved and honored and displayed and learned from for hundreds of more years to come.
Zach Fike, man, thanks for everything. Thank you for your service, your whole family's service, and for this. Cool. You found a way to continue in a life after, military, and it's certainly needed. Purple Hearts Reunited. Learn more about them on the interwebs. You can just Google that on the Googler, and you'll find it in the story in the Cowboy State Daily as well. You mentioned upstate New York, Syracuse a couple times. I grew up in Canandaigua. What's your connection with upstate New York?
I went to high school at Carthage, New York, which is just north of Syracuse, around Watertown area. So I grew up with the Powell brothers playing lacrosse, and my mom still lives in that area. So it's good to meet a hometown boy there.
That's pretty cool. I saw my first concert in Syracuse. It was Styx and Journey. Can you believe that?
Oh, boy.
Back in the day.
Good bands.
Yeah. Hey, man, thanks for being on. I appreciate it.
Thank you. God bless.
God bless. Cowboy State Daily Show. That's Lieutenant Colonel Zach Fike. And learn about Purple Hearts Reunited. More coming up after this break.
So, how's that boosted social media post working out for you?
Oh, you mean the one my mom liked twice?
Brutal.
You know what does get attention in Wyoming?
Cowboy State Daily Radio. With Cowboy State Daily Radio, your business gets real statewide exposure through interviews, sponsorships, and advertising people actually remember.
Because nobody wakes up excited to see another banner ad, but they will remember hearing your business on Cowboy State Daily Radio.
Advertise with Cowboy State Daily Radio today. Contact me, Piper Fenimore, at piper@cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You've done the hard part. You quit smoking. Now do the easy part and get scanned for lung cancer. If you smoked, you may still be at risk, but early detection could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
All right, we're on to our next guest in the Cowboy State Daily Show. Jessica Lewis McFate joins us. There she is. Career intelligence professional, a veteran, a foreign policy expert. So let's do some foreign policy. Let's talk. I think we'll direct and also, by the way, Senior Director of Intelligence Solutions for Babel Street. Jessica, great to have you on.
It's wonderful to be here. Thank you for having me.
Let's try to learn some things about what the U.S. is doing with Iran, if we can.
Certainly.
And by the way, all the accolades we could heap on Jessica Lewis McFate. Her research won acclaim for forecasting the rise of ISIS. She saw that coming. She's authored over 50 publications. She's been a frequent guest on many national media. West Point grad. We should have led with that. Not many can accomplish that or have. Yeah. So, man, I don't know where to start with the Iran thing. Let's start with the headlines over the last 3 months or so and how they're all over the place. Trump says we've won. It's over. The strait's open. A week later, we're going to throw some more missiles at him. The strait's not open. And what that does to us, what that does to, I saw your Newsweek spot, what that does to Wall Street and business in general. We're all over the map with the message anyway.
Well, very much so. And I have to say the thing that I have to acknowledge, and I'm so glad that you nominated this topic, is that Iran's military is still robust.
Really?
And it is. And I think that for me personally, as an Iran watcher for many years, that is the surprise. I know you noted, among other things, that the assassination threat is a question. And, I thought Qasem Soleimani died. Didn't it end as a threat with that? And I think my bottom line hypothesis is no, it didn't. Something ended when Qasem Soleimani died. He was the head of the IRGC Quds Force, which is kind of their special operations outfit in Iran. Something died. That was his creation in the region. But the assassination campaign, which is retribution-based, accelerated. And that was 2001. So I'd say that's been very real for 5 years. And I think the surprise for me in watching what's happening in the Straits of Hormuz is Iran's conventional military is still very strong.
Yeah, I was wondering that because I don't know who to believe, our own DOD, President Trump, or the fact that Iran, in the first day of fighting, supposedly Iran fired all their worthless missiles, but they were hanging on to their good ones. All their drones are gone. Their ability is, again, it's just misleading headlines. You don't know what to believe. So, all right, this is probably not over fast. What about, can we make anything of the threat on President Trump? He said an assassination attempt on him. The President Trump seems like the kind of guy that would play that up. I think he, sometimes wants to appear the hero. And did he, in fact, switch planes because of it? And is he using the plane he was gifted by, who gave him that glitzy gold-plated plane? And what is he using? Is he use Air Force One? And can Air Force One, prevent any attacks? I'm so fascinated with how the president travels.
Well, I would agree. It is fascinating. And I think what I would also say is there's a fair amount of strategy in information camouflage in terms of how the president actually travels. So I don't know how he actually travels, but the flight was, so the plane that he was gifted was from Qatar.
That's right.
And right. So I think it is valid to expect that an aircraft carrying the executive overseeing the military has military level protections and countermeasures and a rather extreme version of anything that one can think of to protect a plane, and that a commercial jet would not. So there likely is a differential there. I think the salient point that you've also made, I'm just going to agree with vigorously, is that yes, I think there is a a valid threat of assassination, and that there has been since 2021, and that what's happening now in the region, and I would say even back to the campaign trail, there have been assassination attempts that we've all witnessed. I think that is a valid threat stream. It's not inflated. And we can all understand that in the name of policy, in the name of information brinksmanship and competition, and also in the name of camouflage and security, it's not entirely clear to the public when there's a real one. But I'd say the campaign is valid. That there is a very real threat.
Jessica Lewis McFate is with us, and we're talking all things kind of Middle East, U.S.-Iran conflict. When we talk about the Middle East, Jessica, it's just ongoing conflict in the Middle East. And I think it's hard for the Western world to understand it, to gather intelligence, to have the background, the decades, if not century-long background of who are the players and how things work. Mm-hmm. That's why I think Israel is super important in the intelligence gathering for the U.S. We can't know everything, and we probably don't. We need a partner here.
Well, I definitely agree with that. And I think one of the other major developments that we need to watch, and Israel's very well positioned to watch it, is the evolving relationship between Iran, China, and Russia. So one of the reasons why Iran has been able to continue its firepower to a degree that we might not have seen coming is replenishment from its partners. I'm not going to call them allies because they will stab each other in the back as quickly as they'll collaborate. Right. But flows into Iran benefits the other two because we are seized there. And the reason why I agree that Israel is strategic is that Israel used to have a very close relationship with Russia as much as they did with us. And they abandoned it, and Russia abandoned it. So there is a historical insight there that I think is a point of leverage for the friends of the United States.
Yeah, certainly it would benefit Israel. In fact, Israel was a major reason why any attack on Iran was launched to begin with. Mm-hmm. And then yet Netanyahu and that nation has to feel kind of no seat at the table lately as far as negotiations and what's going on. I think they have to be included as some kind of friend of the U.S. Anyway, you mentioned China perhaps supplying, Iran's ability to rearm. Also, the strait is closed for everyone, right? Because supposedly Iran, the oil export to China is also pinched down, or is it? Is China getting oil like they're supposed to be? Are they hurting just like the U.S. or what?
Well, I think everybody is legitimately pinched at the straits. But Iran and its immediate neighbors in the Gulf, as well as China and Russia, have been trying to figure out how to get around this cataclysmic threat for a very long time. So I would look to sneaky ways of getting Iranian energy out some other way. So look at Iraq, look at India. There still has to be a hop, skip, and a jump if you're going to use a tanker over this very tiny little West Point looking tiny little strait that is blocked. But I think there are efforts that all parties have underway, but particularly this other, I'm going to call it an axis of adversaries who don't believe in, legitimate market behaviors. They're going to find sneaky ways to get around them in order to keep their military endeavors funded. So we should be looking for the sneaky squirts out past the straits.
Yeah, Jessica.
By land.
Let me ask you. We've had other intelligence folks on the show, and we've talked about trying to get our arms around Iran and who runs that country and what is the end game for the U.S. I know there's nuclear aspirations that President Trump is not the first president to want to cool those down. The U.S. has been after that avenue for a long time, but How do you do that? You can't get into the White House. Well, maybe you can. Go over to the White House and find out if the idea is regime change, which I don't hear, and I don't even know how you do it in Iran. But is it really about the nuclear ambitions and the nuclear program of Iran? And if you remove one leader, which we did, another one just pops up, right? I mean, how do you deal with the country? Who runs it? Who answers for it?
So it's a perfect question, and I would say it's another one of the surprises that I personally faced when this particular offensive phase, U.S. against Iran, began. I thought that decapitating the religious leadership as well as senior political and military leadership would be potentially successful because this regime isn't that old. Just a little anecdote. I was watching an old Gene Wilder movie, See No Evil, Hear No Evil, and in the middle of the plot in New York City, there are protesters as part of the comedy who are protesting against the new regime in Iran in the 70s. Like, it's not old; it's a couple of generations old.
Right.
But the regime is religious. It is extremist religious. It wants to throw Israel into the sea. They're not the only ones, but they do. And they're very anti-United States. So at its fundamental core, it is an adversary. It is an ideological adversary, not the population, not the country, not the economy per se, but the regime. And it's thin. So it wasn't an interesting objective to try to decapitate. What is fascinating, though, is that in the intervening 50 years, that regime has so comprehensively cleansed power and so comprehensively decapitated its own popular resistance that it is alive right now, despite the decapitation campaign, and that its military is functioning. So if I had to point to it, the functioning arm of government I didn't see coming is the classical military. It's the IRGC Prime that is fighting this war. They have campaign design. I'm surprised it's still there, and it's strong enough to raise the question of where exactly the line is between politics, religious leadership, and military leadership in Iran. It's actually kind of blended, and it's still functioning.
That's the conventionary military of Iran. We haven't even talked about how Iran is probably fueling, terrorist thing. Whether it's ISIS, Hezbollah, even if you get this great photographic moment of a handshake deal and everybody's smiling, whoever the Shah, whoever the leader is in Iran, and President Trump, probably I don't know how good a truce or a peace agreement is, because they're still doing stuff in the background, are they not?
Well, generally speaking, and I'm a little bit callous to ceasefires because I see them continuously leveraged for military replenishment by adversaries. So There's a little bit of mirroring that I'm doing and not believing in ceasefires coming from the Russia-Ukraine front. Every time we attempt a ceasefire, the Kremlin just resets and refits, and it's not good. So I don't like it here either. I would admit that the Straits of Hormuz has this added quality of being a real lever over global market activity and the global economy. So, I kind of wish that a ceasefire would be real more in this instance, but it's not going to be. It's going to be a continuous and diffuse campaign of threats. So we should plan for that. We should plan for that as members of the global economy. It's going to be something where neither side is going to walk back from the straits and leverage there. But there's not a clean win. And one of the other things to really recognize is that warfare has also become very diffuse. So you've got very cheap drones in swarms that can attack civilian infrastructure now too. So, the cat's out of the bag, genie's out of the bottle. It's not going to have a VE day.
Horses out of the barn is what we say in Wyoming. With toothpaste out of the tube. I hear you. And then, Jessica, I'm sorry, our time is short, but as our eyes are all focused on U.S., Iran, Israel as this third-party player. I'm afraid we might be missing the ball with some of these other, Iraq, Syria. Where are they all going to play in this?
Watch China in reconstruction in Syria.
Yeah.
And watch them in Iraq.
Yeah.
There's this Iraq and Syria were, just as an anecdote, the campaign that Qasem Soleimani was personally running that kind of imploded after he died. So being able to control the region as a military coalition partner is something that Iran can't do. But Russia and China have access and placement to it. So the ability to maneuver around, for example, potential economic constraints by getting a pipeline out another way or getting access to the Mediterranean through a port that doesn't look Iranian, these are sneaky moves we should look for.
Complex, a lot of moving parts. We're not going to solve it or even figure it out in our 12-minute segment, but we did what we could for our listeners. Jessica Lewis McFate, thank you for being on today.
Oh, thank you so much for having me.
Have a great day.
You as well.
We got to get to news. Let's do that now for our radio affiliates around the state. We'll be back in 6 minutes.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Some Teton County commissioners say putting an employee housing complex on top of a morgue makes sense due to the housing shortage. But Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the coroner's office is strongly against it.
The coroner, Brent Blue of Teton County, is saying who would want to live above a morgue in an industrial area? Maybe consider temporary housing if you're going to push the issue. County commissioners, conversely, are saying to get 2, maybe more housing units for $1 million by, stacking it on the morgue plans that are already underway. That's amazing for Teton County, which is riddled with dire housing shortages for workforce, including county employees. Why would we not?
Chief Deputy Coroner Russell Nelson, who's running to lead the office, was less subtle, comparing it to being, quote, downwind of the carcass disposal pit at the transfer station. The U.S. House passed a bill Tuesday to make daylight saving time permanent, but Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that Representative Harriet Hageman was one of only 2 Republicans who voted against it, arguing it would put school children in the dark.
Wyoming's Representative Harriet Hageman voted against the measure, saying it would rob farmers and ranchers of precious sunlight. H.R. 139 would make daylight savings permanent if it is passed by the Senate and signed into law by President Donald Trump. The Senate has not yet scheduled to vote on the Sunshine Act.
The 308 to 117 vote advances the act to the Senate, which, if approved, would make daylight saving time permanent. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Here's another driving safety tip from WYDOT. Download the Wyoming 511 app for hands-free information on your mobile device. Visit wyoroad.info for road conditions, closures, weather forecasts, web cameras, and much more. This has been another safety tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name is Tom Kelly, and I'm running for the Republican nomination for Superintendent of Public Instruction. An important duty of the superintendent is to make decisions on the State Land and Investment Board. Wyoming has serious challenges and big choices to make around energy and economic development. As a member of the board, if I know something, you'll know something. With full transparency, Wyoming can take advantage of the economic opportunities without letting mega corporations take advantage of us. I'm Tom Kelly, and I approve this message.
Paid for by the committee to elect Tom Kelly.
At Cowboy State Daily, we cover everything Wyoming, like the 2026 elections.
The White House, they sent Senate President Bo Biden a letter that's basically an attaboy saying, wow, good job, Senate.
The outdoors.
The last time they had a proposed hunting season, they would have issued 20 hunting tags.
And the issues you care about.
The report came out and it shows the school district to be in violation.
Covering Wyoming like nobody else can. This is Cowboy State Daily. Cowboy State Daily News continues now. The photographer who shot video of the Yellowstone bison attacking the 65-year-old grandpa ran after the animal when he saw it standing over the man. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi spoke with professional photographer Mike McLeod, who says, quote, I just started running at the bison trying to be intimidating.
he rushed at the bison trying to make himself as large and loud and intimidating as possible, but he didn't really frame that as heroic or brave. He said that was just what needed to be done, and he acted kind of instinctually. And when McLeod was with McDaniel waiting for Yellowstone EMS to arrive, he gave him a 9.5 out of 10 in terms of the landing after being tossed in the air. And McDaniel said, well, if you'd caught me a couple years sooner, I would have stuck it.
Thankfully, other observers followed McLeod's lead, yelling and running toward the bison, which was enough to send it running. Despite promising a press conference this week to address the metadata center contamination of Cheyenne's wastewater system, the Board of Public Utilities now say it won't. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that the company is opting instead to release a statement addressing questions.
I did talk to City Councilman Pete Wayborn, who expressed disappointment in the decision and said it's not really fair to lead people on thinking there's going to be this and then to about face and say, no, we're gonna do something different. Pete Wayborn is frustrated. Exie Brown, who's running for House seat, also expressed disappointment and said it sounds like the Board of Public Utilities is just trying to be careful with their answers and don't necessarily want to be blindsided by follow-up questions.
The public outrage over the contamination has built for weeks after the BOPU made the contamination public months after it happened. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Uh-oh, I pressed the wrong button somewhere. Brook is with us. It's only my first screw up of the day. Well, it's not bad. I averaged 4. Hi, Brook. Brook Grant's here.
Hi.
So we're going to talk about Compete for a Cause and who are recipients. I have, since like an hour ago, followed the story of Ava Jude Mangus.
Ava.
Oh, Ava. No kid on this planet should have to start life the way she has, yet she keeps plucking along. And sassy Ava, a great, I don't know how you decide each year who it'll be, and we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's talk about what it is. Compete for a Cause. Brook, I know the story of how you got started, but I want you to tell our listeners. First, give us the overview of what this is. A talent show for a purpose. Compete for a Cause. It's a pretty cool idea, but it began in a neat way as well. What is it? And then we'll get into how it started.
Okay, so Compete for a Cause is a nonprofit that I started 8 years ago with the help of many other people. So I have a hard time saying like I did this, but it's kind of my baby. But it is a talent competition fundraiser that we do each year. This is our 8th year. And so the idea is that the competitors that perform in our talent show get to use their talents to make a difference. And that difference is in the life of a child that is from around the Bighorn Basin. And so we pick a kid every year that has a medical condition that gets nominated to us. We get lots of nominations, and that's the hardest part, to pick who we think the kid should be. We're very prayerful about it. And also we have an incredible board that all is volunteer, that are amazing, that help vote on who we think. And we try to pick the kid that's the most pressing, the one that needs the most help right now.
That's got to be the tough part. Brooke Grant is with us. As Brooke said, she can't do it alone. Chrissy Lennon. Yeah.
Yes.
Whoa.
Yes.
And many others. I mean, it takes a lot of folks to make this happen. And all the people who share their talent. So let's go back to 2018. Holly Baker says, I need some advice on getting this kid a car. And you and your husband, look what it has become. How did it start?
Yeah, so that is what happened. So I knew Holly from taking my kids to the library, and I just always felt this connection with Holly. But yeah, she called to see if we could just give her some advice, because we own Midway Auto and RV. And so she was just wondering what vehicle she should get for Silas Johnson and his family, because he had an inoperable brain tumor and had to be to Denver at like a moment's notice. They'd go get blood work and they're like, you need to be with your team right now. And their transmission was going out of their vehicle. So she was going to buy the vehicle. And I went home and told my husband, I was like, she's going to buy this vehicle on her own. She can't do that.
Right.
But that's Holly. Like, if you know Holly, that's Holly. She's incredible. And so I decided that we were going to try and figure out a way to help raise money. And so, talked to a few mom friends and got some ideas on fundraising ideas. And one of them suggested selling t-shirts. So we did that and got sponsors. We shipped t-shirts all over the country, because they had a lot of connections. And so we were able to get the car. We purchased that at cost from Midway, which was great. And then we had enough money to give them a nice check also just for medical needs. So that's how it started. The next year she asked if I wanted to help again. And I said, yeah, but I don't want to sell another t-shirt because I don't want to take away from Silas. And I didn't feel like we were done with the t-shirt yet. Like, we had placed multiple orders and it was a lot. I was the one that was taking orders and shipping and all the things. And so I went home and talked to my husband and just asked, like, we need some ideas. I want the same framework every year, somewhere where we can pull different people in every year. And he suggested, actually, like, why don't you do a talent show? And as soon as he said that, I was like, yes, that is exactly what we're supposed to do.
Now, the husband maybe planted the germ of an idea, but I think you had an idea. You wanted to do a talent show like before that. You just didn't know how it would all work.
Yeah. So several years before that, I actually called my sister Madison and was telling her all about this grand plan. I was going to be at the High Art Theater in Lovell because that's where I grew up.
Yeah.
We were going to have a Battle of the Bighorns dance competition. Like, I had all these plans, and it was just like I was lost in thought. And she's like, she thought it would be cool too. But at the time, it was like, God's like, your kids are too little. Like, now's not the time for that. And so as soon as Keith said that, it was like, now's the time. Yes, all of those thoughts, like, this is actually what I'm supposed to do. And here we are 8 years later. I can't even believe it.
A genius idea you had just ahead of its time. God hadn't opened that door yet. Now he has.
That's right.
8 years of doing this. So tell me how the talent portion, the event, has got to be such an undertaking, getting all the talent, and there's a great talent pool to draw from. My good, just Cody alone, I can think of many people who can sing, act, dance, whatever. So yeah, what is that all like, putting on the show? Ooh.
So I grew up performing, which is great. Holly did not. So when I told Holly, she's like, that is the stupidest idea I've ever heard. And she didn't say it in that way, but that's what she thought. Like, she'll tell you that now. And I just told her, like, don't worry about that part. Like, I'm not worried about the show at all. Like, I have been in shows all my life. I know how they work, and the people, if I don't know, I know the right people to contact that will give me the tips and tricks of the trade. So how that works, though, is we have anyone who would like to audition, they can come from anywhere. We've had people from out of state also that have ties to the Bighorn Basin that know about us. So they just send in a video audition of their talent, and we just ask them to kind of send a sample. I try to make it as easy as possible. Like, if they have a recital video, something they've already performed before, they can just send that in to give us a taste of, what they're doing. Obviously, we need the talent to be the same. Like, if you're singing and playing the piano and you make it in, that's what we expect you to do in the show. It doesn't have to be the exact song or whatever, but so then we as a board again get together and go through every video, and we just try to piece together the best show with the most variety. So that is the second hardest part, is telling some of them that they didn't make it. And oftentimes it's not because they're not incredibly talented. It's just because we already have someone else that's doing that exact same talent that may have a little more exciting audition video or a better, song choice or something like that. But yeah, so then we piece the show together and let them know that they made it. And then they, at that time, hit the ground also getting sponsors for us. And so they are incredible. The people that are in the show, we have young, clear up to like past retirement age.
Yeah.
And so we love to say that, we provide a stage for the young budding artist on up to someone who thinks that their stage is gone. And so we asked them to try and go get just at least one sponsor. But there is an award for the highest fundraiser. And so some kids, like, they feel it and they just go for it. And it's incredible to see what they do.
So it's similar, and it's better to have a casting call that draws more than you need, than you have roles for. That's always good. It sounds similar to Dancing with the Stars, community events that fundraise. So people would then sponsor or vote on an act, or how does the money part work?
Yeah, so we are 100% sponsor funded, and 100% of the money after we pay our very minimal show costs go to our recipient. And we are very proud to be able to say that. And that's because we have no paid staff and incredible volunteers. But we have different levels of sponsorship. And so depending on what you're able to give, that depends on what we get to do for you also. So we ask the contestants to get one act sponsor, and that's $250, and that's tied to their name. So in the show, when we announce them, we would say, like, for example, Jace Grant sponsored by Midway Auto and RV performing whatever he's performing. And anytime we say their name, their sponsor is tied to them. So if they win, their name is called again. And then we also have the show sponsors, and that is where, like, we try to get your logo everywhere in the program, on the back of shirts. We are selling shirts now, even though I didn't want to do that.
Oh,
but
no.
it's a fun element, and it's great. It's perfect. But, and then we have commercials, and those, we only sell 5 of those a year, and they are done by some stand-up comedians that work closely with the business to deliver the message that they would like him to deliver. And they are hilarious. And those go so fast. I could have sold 10 of those this year.
We're talking to Brook Grant. She's helping organize Compete for a Cause, the 2026 recipient. The money, the reason we're all doing this is for Ava. Brook, highlight Ava's story. This is a kid, we've seen this where a baby's born, and this poor baby is hooked up to like a million instruments in the hospital. It's a defective heart. There's what do you call it? Pacemaker. This kid's not even a month old or 2 months has a pacemaker, then a heart transplant. Then, just one thing after another.
Yeah, her story is the most complex kid that we have done this for. And at 20 weeks pregnant is when her parents found out that her heart was really sick. And they, in fact, even suggested abortion pretty strongly to her mom, which her mom tells the story on her website, and you can watch the video of it. And I have never cried so much watching an interview as I have. I'm a crier. Like, I just am. I get emotional. My heart gets full. I get touched. But I've never cried so much in one of our recipients' interviews. And it was like ugly crying. But so 20 weeks, they found out. They knew she was going to have some heart difficulties. After she was born, she did really well for the first 6 days, which was a blessing for their family. She came out chunky and crying, and she was impressed them all. But then very quickly, they knew that they needed to help her. And so at 3 months old, she had a heart transplant. And from that heart transplant, they say it's trading one disease for another. She got a blood disorder, had a total volume blood exchange. From the heart transplant, she got cancer that you only get from having a transplant. She has to take medications every single day of her life so her body doesn't reject her heart. And from that is causing her kidneys to fail now. And so she's in stage 3 kidney failure. They are watching her very closely to see when she's going to have a kidney transplant. And they also are somewhat expecting the cancer to come back. So they watch that. She has blood work done all the time. They check her lymph nodes often. And then heart transplants, especially hers, because she got a little baby's heart at the time, they last about 10 years, and she's in her 12th year, which they are extremely grateful for. But with that being said, like, they also know that the chances of her needing a heart transplant again are very high. And so she is at the doctor's. She has to go to Salt Lake a lot. Some things that we didn't highlight in their video because sometimes it's just hard to, like, there's just so much, was just last year, her and her family got in a really terrible car accident that the driver in the other lane came at them. He actually had a heart attack and they were trapped between a guardrail and they had nowhere to go. And Ava was life-flight. They're coming home from a heart checkup in Salt Lake. She had to get life-flighted back to her team. Part of her intestines had to be removed from the trauma. And so she has been through so much. And her older sister passed away 3 years ago, I believe. I could be wrong about the year, but their whole family's just been through a lot. And so it's, as you hear their story, and it's just like how, like, one of those things would be so hard, let alone all of them. And she just smiles and she's so happy, and they have such strong faith and just determination. And which I see that in all of our families. It's like they just put their head down and get to work and do what's best for their kid. And oftentimes when they get nominated, well, none of the families know that they've been nominated that we've had. Like, other people from the community nominate them. And when we contact them to ask, for their permission and if they are willing to let us share their story, and they're just always so humbled and don't know what to say. They're surprised. They think someone else might be more deserving. They're maybe a little bit embarrassed, just like, I don't know if we, want to tell like our sob story. And not that we try to tell it in a sob story, but it's a lot. And so we're just so grateful for the families that allow us to do it. And it's been a good experience. So they tell me, for all of them. So we're grateful for that too.
Yeah. It's more than any family should have to bear, more than any kid. Ava, if you were to see her, on any given good day, she's cheerleading in middle school. But if you were to see her on other days, she misses a lot of school because she's seen her share of hospitals, man. So whatever money you raise, it's barely going to be a dent in the medical costs. Yeah. But obviously it's the reason. It's awareness for the family. It's the community, the whole Bighorn community coming together. Cody and Lovell, Powell, all you folks in the Bighorn Basin. You're going to be, I know you are, at the Winona Thompson Auditorium in Cody on August 8th, right? That's a Saturday, 4:30. Find out more about this whole thing, how you can get part of it. I mean, they need volunteers. They certainly need money. You can go ahead and donate and then maybe be there at the beautiful Winona Thompson Auditorium. CompeteForCause.net. That's compete, the number 4cause.net. To go learn more. Brooke, thanks for being on.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. All right, we got to get to a weather forecast. We better do that quick. And I got to take some kind of commercial break here. And of course, I'm running behind and pressing wrong buttons. That's a Wednesday. All right, Brooke, we're going to bounce you out the Zoom room without reporting you to authorities. Don Day, you're in. Betsey Hale is coming up. You hang on, Betsey. We're getting to you. Cheyenne leads first. Let's see what the weather is doing. Don, here's my first question for you. It's always a Q&A when we get our weather guy on. Flood potential warnings and share. And you mentioned it. You told me on the eastern slope of the Bighorns, communities separated by maybe a half-hour drive can have variable weather. My new hometown's going to be, 90-ish and hot. Right up the road, Sheridan, a flood watch. What?
Yeah, the subtropical moisture is curving around the high, and so there's a little patch of moisture that's going to go right along the Montana-Wyoming border today. So for parts of southwest Montana, north central Wyoming, we do have a flood watch because the thunderstorms that are going to develop could be heavy rain producers. But also there's another reason is if we go back to the elk fire northwest of Sheridan.
Yes.
Okay, so that's one reason why we've got the flood watch there, because of the runoff that could happen in that burn scar. But this is something, Jake, that in the next week or two, as the subtropical moisture very slowly deepens, and it's going to be a slow process, but as it gets deeper, we will probably have flash flood potential for parts of Wyoming over the next 7 to 10 days in pockets because of this. And today's kind of the start of where we're going to start to see this more. And this is really true in Western Wyoming. Western Wyoming is going to see things first. For you folks in East Central and Southeastern Wyoming, the monsoon isn't going to get there till Sunday or Monday.
But it is coming. We need moisture, but Wyoming doesn't need it all at once. We don't suck it up real good.
Yeah. How often, Jake, does it rain nice and steady and slow for, a day or two and then go away? And then the nice gentle rain comes again later. Never happens. It's one extreme or the other.
I know. That sounds like London, but yeah, it's not Wyoming. I know. And speaking of a lot of rain, boy, is this the same thing that's given Texas some flood potential? San Antonio?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, the moisture is circulating around this high, and it is actually drawing Gulf moisture into Texas and pushing that westward to New Mexico and Arizona. At the same time, it's meeting a channel of moisture coming up out of Mexico. That's why over time, as the atmosphere gets more moist, think about the air in the winter. We talk about, a lot of times the air we're breathing is coming out of the Yukon. Well, in the next couple of weeks, the air we'll be breathing is coming up out of the Gulf and up out of Mexico.
Yeah.
So you can feel it. You can feel that you can feel the air mass is different. And so that's why when we get a thunderstorm in these air masses, they're going to be gully washers.
You're right. I did. Sometimes you sense that. You take a breath and you're like, oh, that's cold, crisp air, from Canada. The Yukon. Yeah. And sometimes it's a little more humid. You can feel the moisture in it.
Right.
Okay, Don. So we're slowly easing off this heat wave thing and ushering in a little bit of moisture.
Yeah. Keyword is slow on the heat, slow on the moisture, but it's the good news. The slowness means when it finally moves in, it's going to hang around for a while.
Okay. Well, we need it for sure. Thank you, Don.
Bye-bye.
We'll take a break. Betsey, Hale coming up next.
Cowboy State Daily. We cover everything Wyoming, like energy,
President Trump just signed the cross-border permit for this pipeline,
the outdoors.
The Yellowstone bear biologist was speaking to the Interagency Grizzly Committee.
And the issues you care about.
The U.S. Department of Justice confirmed this week that it is investigating antitrust concerns.
Covering Wyoming like nobody else can. This is Cowboy State Daily.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me.
That was perfect.
But I heard every word.
Nice.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. And in our family, we're used to getting involved, and I encourage you to do the same, especially when it comes to caring for your loved ones. When I think about Alzheimer's and the impact it had on my family, I recognize that losing a race isn't such a bad day after all. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough, but if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together.
All right, we continue along here on a Wednesday morning. Betsey Hale joins us, CEO of Cheyenne Leads. That's the nonprofit outfit that is promoting economic growth, development, and so much of the economic growth and development discussion today concerns data centers. So a lot of our discussion will be hovering around that. Many success stories from Cheyenne Leads, including PRCA. Again, I want an update. I want to know how fast they can get here, and do they need any help moving stuff? Betsey, I'll drive them up a truckload of something.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. It is exciting, and thank you so much for bringing up some good news. That's always exciting for the entire state of Wyoming. We are right now in the middle of the big planning process, right? So we have what we call our Architecture and Construction Advisory Committee, 3 members of the PRCA board and Hall of Fame. And then also we have 3 of our board members that are working directly with architects, project managers, and then we're going to be putting out an RFP for a construction manager. So we'll actually have getting the contractor, the construction company on board as we're in the design phase. And so, because we have to move quickly, they have to be in January 2029. So if you do the math, right, that's less than 3 years, right? That's not too far.
Yeah, to get out of one place into another. Yeah, it has to move fast. For me, it's worth every penny. Return on investment is proven. Cheyenne Leads. Betsey can quote you the numbers of how every penny spent comes back. All right, let's go to the tough issue, data centers. I see your recent op-ed talking about it. Cheyenne Leads, I would imagine, is fairly pro-growth, pro-data center, but it's not to say Betsey doesn't say, it's healthy for a community to ask questions and get answers. We see it play out in Cheyenne, or the annexation, the Microsoft. So I don't know, where do you want to dive in first? It's deep water, Betsey.
I just appreciate that you called out the op-ed. So if folks haven't seen that, I would encourage them to go to your website and take a look at it. The whole goal that I had with that was for people to really celebrate the fact that the process worked. The reason there's a land use process, there's a reason that there's a planning commission, a group of volunteers that takes a look, right? There's a reason that the city council has those public hearings, 3 of them, right? There's a reason that there's a referral to a public service committee, and it gives our residents, our citizens, opportunities to go and make comments for, against, anywhere in between. And that way the elected officials can hear, what's going on, what are our concerns. And, I think Monday night was very much a conclusion that came that I'm not sure everyone was really surprised about. Because again, it was just an annexation and a zone change, right? There wasn't any site planning. There wasn't anything that was a deeper dive than that. But it was a great opportunity for folks, once again, to come and talk about those annexation requests. And again, my team, we sat there, we took a lot of notes. I had folks online taking notes. And I think, as I mentioned in the op-ed, it's really about taking what we learned from the community, the folks that are coming out, and expressing their concerns and doing something with it. And that was my point with the op-ed. Let's not just blow that off. And especially with the governor's executive order. I mean, think about what he did clear back in that executive order 2026-03. He said, we're going to do data centers the Wyoming way. And he was very clear, there is a way.
Yeah. And a lot different from an executive order that we read today that was passed in New York, handed down in New York by the governor there. They were the first state to enact a ban on data centers. So we're all different ways in the U.S. about what they are and what we feel about them. But let's, at least when we have the discussion and the development as we've had, let's plan it out. and let's do it all in front of the public. Now, we saw some of the discussions, some of the meetings. They can get a little contentious. Some folks saying, "Oh, there's backdoor deals. Doesn't matter what we say as the public, they're going to do this." And you've been a target of it as well. Cheyenne leads. I mean, are you satisfied? And tell our listeners that this is playing out with everyone's concerns aired out. Like, tell us what you think, folks.
Well, so one of the things that's most exciting is at the recommendation of the governor to his department heads, and from the comments that we heard from Heather Madrid, who was an outspoken person, we were able to get together, city, county, state, Director Westby over at YDOT convened a meeting, and we had property owners in the room and staff from Leeds, and we talked about what we believe are the five most important transportation challenges that we have right now in the southwest corridor of Cheyenne. And so we had our Metropolitan Planning Organization people there. You're going to be hearing about how they're going to put out a request for proposals on a southwest Cheyenne corridor plan so that we can identify these projects. Teams at YDOT have already identified some critical pressure points. I don't know if you're familiar with Highway 85 and the College Avenue intersection there, south of town. There's some pressures there, east-west, north-south. As you go further on US Highway 85, you get down to the port of entry and Terry Ranch Road. And so you get down there and there's a lot of construction traffic and there's a lot of construction workers. And so we're seeing pressure points there at the port. All along Terry Ranch Road, I think there's 30 to 40 accesses, whether those are residential or whether they're, to get into other subdivisions. So we may need to look at lane widening, and we may also need to look at that huge, that new signalized intersection that we put on Highway 85. That intersection, now we may have to look at High Plains Road going to the east near the Sweetgrass neighborhood, and having Loving Trail, which is in our world Avenue C down here. And so we believe there are solutions. We were grateful that through this process we were able to identify, hey, you can't just fix the things that are right there at the project site. You can't just address that road. You can't just address that sewer and water. You got to look at those waterfall effects. And so that again is my point in the op-ed is let's get together. Let's have these tabletop discussions. Let's engage all the levels of government. Let's get the subject matter experts in the room, and let's do it the Wyoming way. And so I think that's where the city of Cheyenne has embraced that. The county has embraced that, the county commissioners. So I think we're in a good place. And I appreciate Director Westby taking that leadership role.
Yeah, you mentioned that in the op-ed. Let's take the big view, play the long game. Let's look at the ripple effects. You say that. You also come up with some pretty good advice, which I don't see anybody saying. Everybody's negative. You come up with some advice. You say, hey, while we're doing this, let's look at creative ways to pair philanthropic dollars, maybe a 6-penny tax. And as you say, there are already challenges facing Cheyenne and the whole area of southeast Wyoming. Let's address a lot of things, not just the data center, this one or that one. It's a whole thing. We got a chance to do a lot here and fix stuff for the future. And then you developers putting in the data centers, do it the Wyoming way. Learn how we want it done and be a good neighbor. Good advice in there, Betsey.
Yeah, well, do you remember the book Stone Soup? That's a children's book, and it's a story about these folks that come together and they make soup, but they only bring one ingredient at a time. Somebody brings the pot, somebody brings the wood for the fire, somebody brings the water, and pretty soon they have this most amazing soup, right? Well, that's what I call what we're trying to do here, right? Or the tiramisu of financing, the lasagna of financing. Everybody comes with something, right? And so it's not just the local government, the county government, state government. It's going to be the private sector coming in and the different companies, right? Let's get all of them, not just one, not just Microsoft, not just Meta. Let's get everybody to come to the table and say, how do we have a big project? And so one of the things I'm most excited about in this world, when you try to do these things, there's basically kind of two pots of money from a construction standpoint. So these projects, they come in, they have project management teams, they have project budgets. And when they look at the offsite impacts and they look at that offsite infrastructure, that's a pot of money that has a direct nexus to their project. But the other resources are these community and government philanthropic sides of these companies. And so this is an opportunity where if in fact the Brown Foundation, which they do, want to build a rec center, here's an opportunity where philanthropy could come together with these private companies and their community and government support programs, along with things like the Sixth Penny, along with things like, other beyond the Brown Foundation, other foundations. We have a lot of incredibly generous. Today is Wyoming Gives Day.
Oh,
right?
yes, yes.
Don't forget to give. Today is Wyoming Gives Day. So, but we have a lot of incredibly philanthropic folks in Wyoming, and especially here in Cheyenne and Laramie County. And if there's an opportunity where we can all put something in, including Cheyenne Leads, wow, let's get the projects done that we really need done. And we've had that rec center on the ballot, Sixth Penny, 3 times, and 3 times it's lost. So, you know what I'm saying? So maybe there's a better way to do it.
4th time lucky. That's what it'll be, Betsey. I know. I have high hopes for that. So let's talk about the decision just recently, just this week, the Cheyenne City Council, the Highlands is what it is, 3,460 acres annexed to the city, which would create the zoning and really create the groundwork for the Microsoft data center expansion. It would hook up with the city's utilities. And we just saw last week this, the pollution of the Cheyenne City is hopefully, that certainly was not a good optic at this time where we're looking at data centers through a microscope. But yeah, there are concerns, but let's have the discussion civilly and out transparently.
Well, let's talk about that because I think Bryce Dorr did a really nice job at City Council Monday night explaining exactly what did happen.
What did happen? So
that bacterium was actually in a vessel that was on the construction site, and unfortunately, it was incorrectly let downstream into the waste treatment facility. Now, it was caught almost immediately, but it was, tested, they identified it. So Board of Public Utilities, that right there is a testament to the system works, right? The whole reason of putting them on public utilities is so you can know how much water goes out and how much comes back and what's lost in between, but also what's in what comes back, especially in these closed loop systems. And so the very fact that the system worked and caught it was great. What the folks haven't really heard is what really did then happen. So in Cheyenne, we have what we call a reuse system, a water reuse system. So once the water's treated, it can't become potable water, so it can't go back into your drinking water, but it can go out into a purple pipe program. So that water can be used to water parks, it can be used to water golf courses. And so in this particular instance, there was only one night where the water was actually reused. I think it was on the Prairie View golf course, was not put on any parks, and they caught it right away and they shut it down. So according to Bryce, there was no one at risk and there was no need to panic. Now, the other thing that folks don't realize is that industrial users have in the past, right here in Cheyenne, had things go into the waste treatment facility. And he even pointed out the refinery has at times sent some things down into the waste treatment.
Yeah.
Concrete, they've had concrete come down into the treatment facility. And so I think where we need to take a pause is to say, hey, that's the reason why we want these large industrial users on public water and on public sewer. Or if they're not on that, we have to have other ways to monitor, other ways to regulate and make sure that our aquifers or our water supplies or our wells are protected and our public utilities are as well. So I think Bryce did a great job on that. The closed loop systems were never intended to go into the treatment facility anyway. There's always been a standard that BOPU has applied across the board that this, when they do the recharge, they do have to send it to an appropriate disposal site.
So bad news is there was a problem. Good news is the process worked. We found the problem. That's the whole gist of it. Okay, one last thing, Betsey, while we have you, I'm still trying to understand how many jobs these data centers could bring. There's certainly going to be HVAC stuff, IT stuff, security. Does Wyoming have the skilled workforce now, or would that be imported and we just going to exacerbate our housing issues? Is there enough jobs attached to data centers that our kids can go and get? And certainly during the construction boom, there'll be lots of jobs and then they'll go away. And how is that mitigated?
Well, let's take your last question first.
Yeah.
Since 2012 or 2010, I guess it was, when we started the first Microsoft data center on the west side of town at the North Range Business Park, those construction crews have never left. So when you think about how long ago that was, and if you think about it very purposely, very slowly over time, these companies have continued to grow. And of course, now, you have the Meta project, and I would suspect that we're going to see some continued growth, with the Meta campus. They have 900 acres there. At the present time, we haven't seen additional proposals for additional sites there, but, companies don't just come and drive one stake in the ground with a building, and that's any type of company. And now that you see Related on the east side of town over by our Lowe's distribution center along highway or Interstate 80, and you also see Microsoft's now continued investment in this 3,400 acres, I think we're going to see 10 or 20 years of economic growth, and our tradespeople will just continue to go from one campus to the next campus to the next campus. And I want to congratulate the unions. The unions are doing a great job of training and teaching and upskilling and reskilling people. Laramie County Community College, Laramie County School Districts 1 and 2 are really getting into these trades academies. And they're not only teaching the trades, they're teaching the IT side of the shop too. We heard from a gentleman Monday night who's one of the instructors over at the academy over at LCCC. And so to your point, there's going to be a very deliberate, systematic approach. And the companies themselves are also starting training campuses on site. And so it's a great question. As far as housing goes, I think this slow growth, while it feels like it's fast, I think the slow growth is going to give us that time to get our folks that are in the workforce upskilled into new jobs and get our young people that are coming into the workforce to fill jobs and happen over time. And of course, Jake, we've always brought workers in from outside of Laramie County. It's just the facts of being by Weld County, Colorado, and Larimer County, Colorado. Folks come up to work on the base from Fort Collins and Greeley. Folks have always come up to work here in different jobs. And so we have more of a regional labor shed. So I think gradually over time, we're just going to continue to bring those workforce here, and they're going to stay here in Cheyenne, and our housing issues are going to just continue to be addressed on that same pace.
Economic growth in Cowboy State is the concern of Cheyenne leads. Betsey, Hale has been with us, and the whole data center thing, it's divisive. In 27 states have proposed moratoriums or bans, while the other half of the country is saying we want to be on the front of this, the tip of the spear of this movement. Where is Wyoming and where are you? Find out more, read more, just get informed. The guest column from Betsey is Let's Make the Data Center Debate Count. All right, start there.
All right.
Betsey, thanks for being on.
Thank you. Appreciate you very much.
We're going to get to a break here, and Andrew Rossi's next.
Park County Fair's back this July. Happening all week is the thrilling Carnival Midway. Tuesday's the Muddy Mess with pig mud wrestling. Get ready to rumble for boxing on Wednesday. Pull yourself to the grounds for Thursday's truck and tractor pulls. Friday's the fast-paced figure 8 race. And as always, Saturday's the sellout Demolition Derby. Tickets are on sale now, and we'll see you at the 100th Fair on patented land.
A good life begins with a good company. Powder River Energy Corporation, or Precorp, a consumer-owned electric cooperative in Northeast Wyoming, has careers in accounting, member service, and engineering. Precorp is always striving for A-plus service, great rates, and being a trusted energy partner. Their work environment is driven by knowing your role, living your values, and making your career plan. If you are looking to be part of an industry leader, then look no further. Go to precorp.coop/employment opportunities and apply today.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because I felt like a failure. And then I realized, like, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
This is Andrew Rossi on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Andrew, what a story series now on the whole bison flipping in Yellowstone. That story was gigantic. It went international, went viral. And Cowboy State Daily, this guy broke the story, and that was pretty cool. Did you have any idea this story would be this big?
You know, I kind of did when the moment I saw it, because I think that Jimmy Orr, chief editor, he put it best when describing it, is that you hear about this stuff all the time, but you don't really see it. And this is like really the first video I've seen, and I think a lot of people have seen, where you can really clearly see the power and just how dangerous this animal was. It just was running after this guy and tossed him into the air. I mean, if you underestimated bison before, you sure as heck shouldn't now.
Yeah. You got to see one of these incidents play out, which was important because so often when you read the headline and not much further, you've already formed your opinion, and it was the dumb actions of a Turon that got him gored. Somebody trying to take a selfie with a fluffy cow. Not in this case. It was different.
Yeah, and that really makes you think, because if somebody is like, if they're deliberately too close and they antagonize a bison, it can be so much worse. This and everything you look at is like Carl McDaniel, the 65-year-old man who was injured, he and his grandson, they were beyond the 25-yard distance that Yellowstone asks that you keep between yourself and the bison. They weren't antagonizing it. They weren't doing anything wrong. The bison just decided to make them its target. And the fact that they, had at least a brief window to try to strategize, and like Carl ordered his grandson to get out of there, and he kept the bison's attention. So there's something you could do about it. Imagine if you were within a couple feet of that bison.
Oh,
Would you see people doing that all the time? But yeah, no, the thing to emphasize with this one is that Carl and his grandson, they did nothing wrong. And this, in one instance at least, you can't blame the bison. The bison was the one who was looking for a fight.
The story highlights many things. 100 feet is legit. When the park says you should be 100 feet from this wildlife, you see why the bison closed that gap in no time. And the other thing, the unpredictableness of wildlife. They're wild, hence the wild. This bison was having a bad day. We saw that from the video. pre-attack, the pre-game from this bison was he was agitated to start with. The video was the gold in the story, but Andrew, the way you told it was also fantastic. You gave the reader all the background, everything we need to know. Where did it happen? Where is that in the park? How did it come into being? In the follow-up stories, we learn more about the videographer and who he was, what action he took. I mean, you're just covering this thing complete, top to bottom. I saw News and Guide finally had this story yesterday. They said Yellowstone goring. It wasn't a goring, and they're about 3 days late. Other news agencies have simply ripped off your story, just took what you wrote because they couldn't write it better. They just, and then maybe attributed to Cowboy State Daily. But Andrew Rossi's coverage of this whole incident's been stellar. I'm putting you up for the Pulitzer? What do we give you?
I'm not sure. I don't know the journalism awards, but I will pat myself on the back a little bit to say I think the coolest thing has just been watching. So I imagine not many journalists get to see when the world follows their lead on something. The fact that, I was doom scrolling on Saturday when I saw that, and I immediately was like, I need to get this now. And thankfully, I was able to connect with Mike McLeod, who gave me all the information. He's been great. I know you spoke with him yesterday, and we put it out there, and then seeing the rest of the world realize, oh, this is a really big news story coming out of Yellowstone. And then you see using our story as either the launching point to make their story, or just saying Cowboy State Daily covered it and here's what they had to say. So that was a really cool experience, and I'm glad that I got to experience that sort of thing at least once in my life.
All right, so we're dislocating our shoulders, patting ourselves on the back here, but Cowboy State, it is important to news agencies and newspapers to be first. I mean, usually if you're first, you are then the trusted source throughout the life of the story, and you are the go-to. And in a day and age where there's so much fake news and so many people just taking pieces of news from each other, it's important that Cowboy State Daily was on it. Andrew Rossi was on it from beginning to end. And right now there is no end. There's, continued follow-ups. We want to know how Carl McDaniel is doing. We want to know more about Mike McLeod. There's a lot to know.
Yeah, and the thing when people ask me what it's like to write, not just for Cowboy State Daily, but as a journalist in general, the thing I say is, as a kind of a pro and a con, is that you can't rest on your laurels. It's not like you can work really hard on a story and just bask in that for a really long time, because you're always thinking about, okay, well, what the news is always changing. You got to be up to date with it. So if you have a story that does have some longevity, you want to savor that, because it's not very often you get to savor something for that long. And even as I've been savoring that one, I've been working on other ones, but you've experienced that as well. I mean, you could write the best work of your life, but then there's always the next day to think about.
Well, you've been basking in more than this story. You've been basking in the heat that's got the whole state gripped. Even Cody's experiencing temps that you don't normally see. Park County, certainly the northern central part. I was in Buffalo when it was 104. That's ridiculous. You told us it was coming, and then you've reminded us how we're suffering in the heat. Thanks, Andrew.
Yeah, the National Weather Service office in Riverton, they compiled their numbers, and they posted them, I think, late yesterday. And it turns out the temperature recorded in Worland, the 110-degree high, that was the hottest temperature ever recorded at any of their stations since, I think, 1936. So that gives you a sense of just how intense that heat wave was. Cody set its own new all-time high record at 106 degrees, Buffalo 105, Sheridan 109. It was a scorcher, and now we've got the data to back it up that for a lot of people, at least in their lifetimes, that was the hottest day in Wyoming's history.
Yeah, we'll remember it. We lived through it. That aggressive high pressure system that just doesn't want to move. It's starting to make way for a little monsoonal moisture, as Don Day pointed out. But yeah, Andrew's always got the latest in weather, and he's always got anything to do with a dinosaur. I really felt for this family, Kristen Stauffer and the whole Zerbst. Generations have stewarded this really primo dinosaur land, and they had a vandalism issue not long ago. It's just terrible. They've been good stewards of this land, shared it with people, and look what they get. Oh.
Yeah, well, you hit it on the head. It's not just that they're good stewards. It's the fact that they've been so open about it. Like, so many people that I've encountered in Wyoming have amazing things on their properties, but they're not going to let anybody out there, even if they, beg and plead to do it. The Zerps, they've always been gracious about encouraging people to come out and see these things, which is why it hit them so hard, because it's such a breach of trust. And as I pointed out in my story, she might have mentioned with you, if this person had come up to them and asked and said, hey, I want to make a replica of this dinosaur track, they probably would have been okay with it, or at least there could have been a discussion. So they could have done it properly. But this person felt like they had to go in there and do it for themselves. And the only takeaway is that they wanted a replica of that footprint to profit from and not cut the family in on said profits. That's the only explanation that makes sense. So I'm going to be, and as I'm sure others, I'm going to be looking to see if there are any dinosaur footprint replicas that suddenly turn up online to see if there's somebody who might actually be trying to, because the other thing Kristen mentioned is they don't know if that same person or someone else came in and made replicas of some of the other tracks, and they just happened to catch them this one time. Was it the first time they tried that, or had they been doing it? You can see where they're coming from. It just really unsettles them.
Well, yeah, it's an incident of, example of why we can't have nice things. Somebody's going to ruin it for the rest of us. Hopefully we get back to the sharing of the land and the 2-hour tours and all that, because it's a fascinating area of Wyoming outside of Newcastle. Andrew, thank you. We got to get to news. Have a good day.
Congrats on your bat mitzvah.
Hey, thanks, man.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Some Teton County commissioners say putting an employee housing complex on top of a morgue makes sense due to the housing shortage. But Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the coroner's office is strongly against it.
The coroner, Brent Blue of Teton County, is saying who would want to live above a morgue in an industrial area? Maybe consider temporary housing if you're going to push the issue. County commissioners, conversely, are saying to get 2, maybe more housing units for $1 million by, stacking it on the morgue plans that are already underway. That's amazing for Teton County, which is riddled with dire housing shortages for workforce, including county employees. Why would we not?
Chief Deputy Coroner Russell Nelson, who's running to lead the office, was less subtle, comparing it to being, quote, downwind of the carcass disposal pit at the transfer station. The U.S. House passed a bill Tuesday to make daylight saving time permanent, but Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that Representative Harriet Hageman was one of only 2 Republicans who voted against it, arguing it would put school children in the dark.
Wyoming's Representative Harriet Hageman voted against the measure, saying it would rob farmers and ranchers of precious sunlight. H.R. 139 would make daylight savings permanent if it is passed by the Senate and signed into law by President Donald Trump. The Senate has not yet scheduled to vote on the Sunshine Act.
The 308 to 117 vote advances the act to the Senate, which, if approved, would make daylight saving time permanent. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Here's another driving safety tip from WYDOT. Download the Wyoming 511 app for hands-free information on your mobile device. Visit wyoroad.info for road conditions, closures, weather forecasts, web cameras, and much more. This has been another safety tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name is Tom Kelly, and I'm running for the Republican nomination for Superintendent of Public Instruction. An important duty of the superintendent is to make decisions on the State Land and Investment Board. Wyoming has serious challenges and big choices to make around energy and economic development. As a member of the board, if I know something, you'll know something. With full transparency, Wyoming can take advantage of the economic opportunities without letting mega corporations take advantage of us. I'm Tom Kelly, and I approve this message.
Paid for by the committee to elect Tom Kelly.
At Cowboy State Daily, we cover everything Wyoming, like the 2026 elections.
The White House, they sent Senate President Bo Whiteman a letter that's basically an attaboy saying, wow, good job, Senate.
The outdoors.
The last time they had a proposed hunting season, they would have issued 20 hunting tags.
And the issues you care about.
The report came out and it shows the school district to be in violation.
Covering Wyoming like nobody else can. This is Cowboy State Daily. Cowboy State Daily News continues now. The photographer who shot video of the Yellowstone bison attacking the 65-year-old grandpa ran after the animal when he saw it standing over the man. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi spoke with professional photographer Mike McLeod, who says, quote, I just started running at the bison trying to be intimidating.
He rushed at the bison trying to make himself as large and loud and intimidating as possible, but he didn't really frame that as heroic or brave. He said that was just what needed to be done, and he acted kind of instinctually. And when McLeod was with McDaniel waiting for Yellowstone EMS to arrive, he gave him a 9.5 out of 10 in terms of the landing after being tossed in the air. And McDaniel said, well, if you'd caught me a couple years sooner, I would have stuck it.
Thankfully, other observers followed McLeod's lead, yelling and running toward the bison, which was enough to send it running. Despite promising a press conference this week to address the metadata center contamination of Cheyenne's wastewater system, the Board of Public Utilities now say it won't. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that the company is opting instead to release a statement addressing questions.
I did talk to City Councilman Pete Wayborn, who expressed disappointment in the decision and said it's not really fair to lead people on thinking there's going to be this and then to about face and say, no, we're gonna do something different. Pete Wayborn is frustrated. XB Brown, who's running for House seat, also expressed disappointment and said it sounds like the Board of Public Utilities is just trying to be careful with their answers and don't necessarily want to be blindsided by follow-up questions.
The public outrage over the contamination has built for weeks after the BOPU made the contamination public months after it happened. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Cowboy State Daily Show. Claire McFarland is on. I'm going to wait the customary 30 seconds or so while her camera goes upside down, sideways, all different kinds of things. And there she is. Claire.
Morning.
Good morning. Teton County wants to build housing on top of an Indian burial ground. We have seen episodes of Brady Bunch and all kinds of sitcoms that tell you what happens when you do that. Bad stuff. All right, it's a morgue.
I think okay, so I should be interviewing you about this since you live there.
Please.
What do you think?
I think someone will live there because they're living 8 to a bedroom now. Somebody's couch surfing. Somebody's camping. Somebody's living in a tent under a bridge. That's the way it is. Someone will live there. But I think the story, the headline shows the desperate housing crunch in Teton County and the desperate measures town and county officials will go to create housing. And they've sometimes tried too hard. And I cannot give you enough examples of that. Golly.
Yeah, I remember a year or two ago, a lady was, I got a tip where a lady had filmed a guy coming out from a crawl space. And this was winter, coming out from a crawl space, putting on his little jacket and going to work. Dude. And she was like, this is outrageous. We do this to our neighbors. And I was like, I mean, I guess your neighbor is willing to do it for whatever job there is in Teton County. It didn't become a story. I didn't find any malicious conspiracy to put the man in the crawl space. The man was choosing to live in the crawl space.
True.
You know, and I was like, I don't know, Teton County. But no, this one, okay, so it is a worthy debate because the coroner is saying, we've got grieving families, we've got bodies downstairs. The chief deputy coroner took it a step further and was like, we are dissolving flesh. You know,
to what degree? Yeah. To what degree will you go to? To what extreme to live somewhere in Teton County? And yeah.
Yeah, that was a very intense write-up from him that gave that story color and odor.
Yeah.
Whereas commissioners were like, this is just $1 million add-on. That's unheard of for two different apartments in Teton County. Ka-ching. And so it was a worthy debate, but where my head goes just as a reporter is, would that not be the most fun gonzo project as a summer employee to gonzo this? Maybe that's dark. I'm sorry,
Totally.
Dr. Blue.
No, I mean, you could write a whole chapter on how your breakfast always tasted like formaldehyde. I mean, just, there's no way. Yeah, it's just freaky. Yeah, it's just
This was built for Hunter Thompson.
Totally. Great.
Maybe Cowboy State Daily will let me go live there for 6 weeks.
Yeah. Teton County's so desperate for housing and wants to build it on a morgue. That Claire McFarland story in the Cowboy State Daily. Let's bounce around here. Always fun and or at least entertaining to read the latest in the Gray Reisner. Those two seem to be just going at each other for the most part. They may be the two front runners in the House race. I don't know. You can throw in, never discount the money. You can throw in Steve Freeze as well. But boy, these two going at it. The latest is Chuck Reisner claims his dad is on his side, or Chuck Gray's dad. What's going on here?
Yeah, we're to the point in the campaign where dad trolling is happening.
Yeah.
I guess. I don't know. I wasn't sure about the screenshots, and I have yet to receive originals of the screenshots so I can look at, like date taken and things like that, to see if how much of a lapse there is between when the text reportedly happened and when the screenshot was taken, and what that window means. But notably, Jan Gray, Secretary of State Chuck Gray's dad, did not deny reacting to Reisner posts or interacting with the Reisner Facebook page. He didn't confirm it either. He gave just a statement saying, of course, I support my son, Chuck Gray out with the insults. I don't remember the exact adjective. Unhinged was the adjective from Chuck Gray. And then, of course, the customary swipe at the media, which that's recurring. That's a classic Gray statement by now. And there you have it. That's let's look at that race. We're focused on the GOP race for purposes of this story. There's also a Democratic, there's also a Libertarian candidate that hasn't been building a ton of name recognition so far. I don't know if the Libertarian team is biding their time to see who wins the Republican race and how much money they can get as a result. I don't know. But so we got Sean Johnson running Libertarian. We got a contested field on the Democratic side, I believe, and then the 10 in the GOP field. So yes, Chuck Gray, Reed Reisner at each other's throats. Reed Reisner tends to start that. I think he sees Chuck as the front runner and just is like, okay, it's war. Steve Freeze launched his big tour this past week, and so he's touring, doing ice cream socials, doing the van thing. Senate President Bo Biden, I've seen a huge PR push against what he's casting as the surveillance state. Flock cameras, the data farming, like that kind of thing. And he's saying, I'm not going to let the government spy on you. So that's been Bo Biteman's hook this week. I haven't seen a lot of activity from former Superintendent Jillian Balow. I'm seeing the mailers from Frank Chapman. Keith Goodenough. Is it good now or good enough?
I don't know.
Building his social media persona.
Yeah. I think Jillian's campaign has consisted of just going around wherever Eric Barlow has a sign and crossing out the R and counting it as her sign. Just kidding. And then,
I mean, she's advertising. She's doing forums.
Yeah.
She appeared at. I've seen her do a few forums, and she always brings in her experience in state government. Oy, I'm having a brain fart, Jake. I want to talk about the reservation.
Oh, the church, the pastor. All right, I'll start it with saying the pastor in question here, who says, Jesus is the only way to salvation in Christianity. That is correct Bible teaching. I think I would not expect a pastor of a Christian church, a Christ-centered church, to say anything but that. That is the message, as hard as it is for some to swallow. But there was provocative here, and, praying to your pipe isn't going to get you anywhere, whatever it was. There was definitely poking the hornet's nest there. But yeah, what's going on?
I'm fascinated by this whole story because I grew up here, Fremont County. I mean, my childhood home is a stone's throw from the border of the reservation. I grew up I went to the poor elementary school. That's Jefferson. It's since been demolished. And just no secret, there's poverty on the reservation. So a lot of my friend groups were, I'm sorry, my son won't stop calling me and it's upsetting this phone call and I have to text him. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. I'll background the story a little more while you tell your son you're busy at work. But the Northern Arapaho tribal leaders not happy with a Christian pastor who said, quote, a pipe cannot hear your prayers. They would like this church to just, get off the reservation. Well, the church is technically off the reservation, and there lies a whole nother issue. But it brings up all the old bad feelings of when certainly the United States tried to erase tribal history and get everybody to come on board with the way we do things, white Europeans. Lot to this.
Okay, so yes, as I was saying before, my son bummed this call. So I grew up here. I had no idea my whole life here. I had no idea how much of a flashpoint the Sundance ceremony could be. I always knew, like, oh, they're going to the Sundance, big deal. It's a big deal. It's a big ritualistic religious thing. And there was also powwows in the summer. And, sometimes the powwow dancers would come through our school. No idea it was going to be such a flashpoint. So, okay, I'm catching on to that for the first time, nearly 4 decades. And so Sarah Lucas, let's get the record straight, because I've seen her cast as like a stranger, like a newcomer. No, they've been here 9 years. They planned the church for 6 years. I remember encountering her in 2018 at City Park with just tons of kids, vibrant kids program. And I worked for the Ranger at the time. I interviewed her on the spot. And so she told me so I had that context. I still had that story in my files where I could rope that into the first story. They're on private land within the exterior boundaries of the reservation. So they're surrounded by what's called trust lands. The federal government holds the tribe's land in trust, which is a whole different topic with all sorts of bureaucracy problems. But thank you very much, feds, for not the feds.
Well, that just confuses it even more.
Right. But okay, so 2 Sundays ago, she was in this private church that you attend voluntarily. This is not a boarding school, right? She's in this church and she's having, and I've read the greater context in the Ranger, she's having kind of a testimonial from tribal members that have given up this part of the Sundance ceremony and disavowed it as idolatry and have committed their lives to Jesus. And she's preaching about that. And she's saying, tear down the idols. A pipe cannot hear your prayers. You know, Jesus is everything. So she's saying all of this, and this is live streamed, and some prominent tribal figures, including a Southern Arapaho member who acted on the Yellowstone television show, picked it up. And so the thing goes viral and the community is absolutely outraged. Then here last Friday, tribal leaders, the tribe has an executive branch called the Business Council, they told her to leave. They're like, you got to leave. And the tribal members, many of them are calling for her to leave. And they're wanting to invoke the bad man clause in the Fort Laramie Treaty that says that there's bad men among the whites who harm the Indians' person or property, then, you give them over to justice, basically. That's a higher bar than many people think. Some tribes tried that during the opioid litigation, and from what I've seen, it hasn't worked. You got to show that somebody came onto the reservation and did harm to people. So again, she was on private land. This is in the American, not the tribal, governance arena, but in the American federal and 14th Amendment governance arena, this is protected speech, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm still working through this analysis. There's a lot of other curveball questions, but was it Monday? I interviewed Sarah Lucas, I believe. Yeah, Monday. And she gave me her first full interview that because I've been trying to reach her. I've been calling for an interview since last Wednesday. And so she finally gives me a full interview Monday. And she's like, look, I'm sorry that came off as an attack, but I'm not sorry for this message.
Yeah.
We are working to stay on our church land.
It's a complex lightning rod issue. There's the whole legal thing where, the application of the bad man rule, that might be a stretch, but that's for lawyers. Then there's the whole, where do you pledge your belief? And certainly I feel for tribes who have watched their beliefs, just, someone to tell them you can't do that, you can't believe that anymore. They got to be tough. I see that side, and I see the pastor side. I'm glad you told me under what context that statement was made. The pipe thing. I have this impression the pastor went to crashed their ceremony and said, you got to. She's just preaching in her own church on private property, like.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
so I guess it begs the bigger question, because here more than a decade ago, I think there was a big spat where the EPA had declared Riverton part of the reservation. And then a big legal challenge followed to determine whether Riverton actually was part of the reservation. It's not, the 10th Circuit decided. But had that case gone differently, would the tribe now be clashing with a lot of the evangelical churches in Riverton? I don't know how many of them preach against the native rituals specifically. But most, if not all of them, are preaching that Jesus is the only way. So I don't know, but that's a completely different hypothetical.
Yeah, and it's not even just a matter of faith. You bring up Riverton. If you've ever spent any time in Riverton, you certainly feel the influence of the reservation. At times, it feels like it is part of the reservation, and how Riverton city lives in harmony with the two tribes, the Shoshone and the Northern Arapaho. It's interesting dynamics every day. Claire knows. I mean, you lived it. All right. Well, keep following that story, Claire. I'll see you later, right?
Yes.
Okay. Awesome.
See you later.
See you in a bit. Get to that kid of yours. It was got to have an answer. We'll be right back. A quick break here.
Park County Fair's back this July. Happening all week is the thrilling Carnival Midway. Tuesday's the Muddy Mess with pig mud wrestling. Get ready to rumble for boxing on Wednesday. Pull yourself to the grounds for Thursday's truck and tractor pulls. Friday's the fast-paced figure 8 race. And as always, Saturday's the sellout demolition derby. Tickets are on sale now, and we'll see you at the 100th Fair on patented land.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family,
I'll make you something to eat, okay?
we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie. Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
All right, our next guest is two guests. Dennis Graham, Jordan Dean with us. Jordan is on the left, I'm pretty sure. He'd be the art side of this project. And on the right is Dennis Graham. These are two of 4 or 5 or 6 people that answer the question, how many does it take to fix a bucking bronc rider on the famous store it's in Cheyenne, right? We're talking about the Wrangler store, which is now, I think, Boot Barn on the corner of 16th and Capitol Avenue, and the old famous bucking horse dude that we don't even know who built it or really when they put it up there, which probably made it harder to fix it. There's been numerous attempts to fix it. Let's catch you up with the story. It's in the Cowboy State Daily. Go read this from Carrie Drake. The Wrangler's galloping horse will ride again in Cheyenne thanks to the efforts of these two dudes and more. Before, and Jordan, you got to give us a sneak preview on what this thing's going to look like. It's under wraps as far as the paint job, but I have to know first how the heck you fix this thing when, it has to be tough. It's a motor working. It's something that's out in the elements 24/7. Let's talk about the efforts to fix it. We'll start with Dennis.
Yeah, it was a project. It was something that we got a lot of interest in just because our family loves mechanical things and taking stuff that's not working and making it work. So, initially we made an effort to fix that last year, and we had to do it from a lift working through the back of the horse, a small access hole, and we just couldn't access everything we needed to. So we got it running for a short time, and it failed again. So we asked the the boot barn to contact corporate, see, hey, can you get a crane out here to drop this thing down, and we'll make every effort to get it restored. Well, apparently funding was an issue with the crane and corporate, so that took a while. But then 6+ weeks ago, we got the call that, hey, we're taking it down. Can you get it running by Frontier Days?
Oh,
sure.
man. Was that, I know City Councilman Pete Laybourne is kind of leading these efforts. He stares out the window at this thing and he wishes it could be brought back. He remembers it, and he's the one, I guess, who whenever you get a phone call, you're like, oh, it's going to be Pete again. And he's going to want this done tomorrow.
Well, I think this all started with a conversation between my brother Patrick and Pete. As Pete was in his office, my brother owns a real estate company, 323 Real Estate downtown, and Pete just asked him, what would you like to see downtown? And one of the things Pat said was, see that horse bucking again. And they eventually offered that I know just the group that can do that. So, but yeah, finally we did get the horse down. We got it to Pat's place first, my brother Patrick, and he pulled all the wood off and created new wood panels. Then we brought the mechanics over to my garage and we just stripped it all down, painted the frame, new bearings, belts, pulleys. My son Brandon Graham, he owns Gramland Welding, and he was able to fabricate some parts that had failed, and we purchased some new keyed shaftways and got it reassembled, and think we got her running pretty smoothly now.
All right, for builder guys like you, and I'm not one of them, but for some people who don't need the game plans, they don't need to know where to order the parts. They just build their own. You know, you got welders, fabricators. Would it have helped to learn who built it, what the schematics were? Not really. You just took a look at a broken mechanism and you're like, we're going to make this work.
Yeah, that's pretty much the way it goes. We did look for some indication of who built this thing. Is there a year stamp? But there were no inscribings, no stamps, no markings anywhere inside. But I think Patrick did a little research, and best we can understand, early 60s, maybe late 50s is when that first went up on the building. And I think maybe that's just through looking at downtown photos and seeing when it first appeared.
It is a cool piece of Americana. So Jordan Dean, by the way, gets roped into this whole thing. Jordan's first question is, am I doing this for free? The answer is yes. Please donate your time. Jordan is an artist. He's from an artist aspect, this is a piece of art. Is it not? Iconic piece of art, a throwback, a retro. It's cool.
Yeah. I don't know. It's an honor. I think these guys taking the initiative to take it down and fix it up and make it run for, years and years to come. It's an honor to then get to touch up the paint job on it, and hopefully that for years and years to come, it'll be part of our downtown. And so, yeah, I'm just grateful that these guys took the effort to fix it up and grateful that they asked me to help touch it up.
I saw, I'm looking at the what it looked like originally. I mean, it's from the photo I'm seeing. Jimmy Orr took this photo. I mean, it's still pretty vibrant colors. Has this been touched up as far as a paint job through the years? And how much are you going to go by that to give it a new paint job?
Yeah, I would say we're going to stick to, what was originally done. And so the horse will be a same kind of tan buckskin horse, but I'm, adding a little bit of dressing. So the legs will get a little bit more detailed. It'll have socks and hooves, that kind of thing. The saddle and stuff, jeans, chaps, red shirt. He's going to keep that, but kind of can upgrade some of the details along the way. And so it won't look drastically different, but hopefully it looks, like an improvement, just like the inside.
Yeah, it looks so kitsch. It looks so like 1950s, exactly what I'm sharing the photo now of what the original piece looked like, and then now the secretive piece that's going to be unveiled when? When are we going to see this?
Oh, my goodness.
Tomorrow morning.
Yeah,
tomorrow morning. Wait, is it anywhere in your background that can you give our viewers a sneak peek at it? Where is it, Jordan?
No, so these guys put it in the Bell building, which is actually really cool. So it's right downtown. Yesterday, had the garage door up, and people would walk by and they'd see me painting this thing and ask questions. You're like, oh, that's the one from the building. So it'll be back there today. I'll finish the paint job before I go to bed tonight, and these guys will install it tomorrow.
So cool. Dennis, in putting this thing back together, making it work, how much did you have to go from scratch, from the ground up? Because I imagine this thing is made out of some kind of plywood. It has to be weather resistant. What does the weather do to the actual wood, and what does it do to the mechanics of this thing?
Well, we spent some time considering the weather. I know the plywood going on there is marine grade plywood, is what my brother purchased. We used an epoxy primer to seal the edges of the plywood, and then it's got another coat of primer, and then whatever's Jordan's putting on is going to make it nice and weather resistant. And there is some venting to allow heat to escape from the motor, and so that venting, we even took great care to try and put shields over the mechanic portion of it inside under the venting, so that water runs off over the shafts and not onto them in the motor. So we did consider that and took great care to try and make this something that'll last for quite a long time.
Yeah, I mean, on your dime, all this donated effort. So how long you gonna warranty this thing for? If Pete calls you up 3 months from now and says it's running slower.
Well, that was part of the plan, was to actually slow it down just a little bit from what it was previously, because that just is easier on the mechanic. Swinging that plywood back and forth, does put pressures on the mechanic assembly, and the faster it goes, the harder it is. So we tried to make it run as smoothly as possible, even between the timing of the front legs and the rear legs swinging, so that it just really became a smooth motion. But there was donated time. We figure we each have close to 90 hours in it. And we got Frontier Siding and Supply. They helped us with aluminum to skin the outside. The profile of the horse between the two layers of plywood is all covered in aluminum. And we got some hubs from Welding and Machine. Wyoming Bearing gave us a pulley, and I even got a friend, Dave, who let me borrow a hoist so we could lift this thing up onto a trailer. So there was a lot of people and a lot of effort and a lot of donation. But that's the good people of Cheyenne, I think. There's just a lot of good hearts around that have looked at this and decided, man, that's an iconic piece. We want to see that running again, and they want to be part of it.
Yeah, well, it's very cool to look at that, see it back where we've seen it since at least the 1960s, maybe the 50s. Nobody can remember when that thing first went up or who made it. But it's cool every time we look at it that it's just a reminder of all the effort to get it back up there. And some of that effort, I'm sure, is, dealing with Boot Barn and the whole corporate. You can't just go to the Boot Barn floor manager and say, can we go up there and pull that, Hey, got to run it through corporate, but is that so we can get it back up, right? I mean, how are we going to get it back up on that building?
Well, tomorrow morning, I'm not sure exactly what time. I don't know that we want a crowd there, but there will be a crane lifting it in place tomorrow morning. So hopefully tomorrow people will be able to drive by mid-morning or later and see that pony galloping again.
Oh, that'd be cool. And Jordan Dean has touched it up, prettied it up, and he's the kind of artist that just lets his art speak for himself. He doesn't typically sign things and do things for the glory, but he mentioned he may put his name on this somewhere where you can't really see. Where did you put your name, Jordan? You can tell us that.
I haven't put it on there yet, but I was thinking Dennis and Pat, you guys, when you're working on the mechanics, did you sign a little note in there somewhere?
Yeah.
Yeah, we signed it.
That's good.
If you look under, it's on the frame inside under the rear end.
Yeah. So at least
Dennis, Brandon, and Pat.
So 80 years from now, we at least know who put that thing up now for when the next guys have to go fix it. It'll go 80, I think. Hey, guys, thanks for doing that. It's so neat. I can't wait to see it go up tomorrow. Jordan Dean, Dennis Graham. Thanks, gentlemen.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Have a great day. Cowboy State Daily Show. Read the story from Carrie Drake how this iconic piece of Cheyenne is going to be back where it belongs and in time for Cheyenne Frontier Days. That's fantastic. Let's take a break. We'll be right back.
It's a great time to live in Wyoming. Just one of the exciting developments in our state is the resurgence of energy.
Wyoming is America's energy breadbasket.
Cowboy State Daily has a team of reporters that not only give you the facts, but the perspective and state as well as global analysis that is so important in understanding this pivotal time in Wyoming's history. Count on Cowboy State Daily for the news and perspective you need at cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakimick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
Good question, Joy. Joy wants to know what happens with all that money from the specific purpose excise tax earmarked for housing. What happens to that money when it doesn't go to housing? We were talking earlier about Teton County Housing Authority. It's now been renamed something else, but it's Affordable Housing Efforts in Teton County. The latest story is Claire McFarland about her story about how Teton County is so desperate for housing. They want to build a couple of affordable units above a morgue, on top of a morgue, despite the coroner saying, you probably don't want to do that. It smells yucky. That's how desperate housing is needed in Teton County, how desperate government is to build it. Part of the socialism movement of Jackson Hole, quite honestly. But yeah, Joy said, you talked about Teton County's excise tax. What happened to the money? Is it still in place? Some of the money, Joy, is what they call land banked. And Teton County Affordable Housing Efforts, whatever the agency is called now, the department, they do some land banking and certainly make money off of money. Eventually, it will go towards creating housing projects. I say eventually, years and years and years later. For instance, money was set aside to purchase 5 acres not too long ago, 2023, I think. Taxpayer money was used to purchase 5 acres of Virginian Lane. If you've ever been to Jackson and gone to the Virginian, Great hotel, great motel, great bar, great restaurant attached. Since it has undergone management ownership change, and the new owners have been pretty good about respecting the history of the Virginian while hiking the room rate for sure. But behind the Virginian has been a 5-acre RV park, and it's been one of the only remaining affordable places to stay in Jackson is to bring your own house, because you certainly can't afford a motel room here, or a house. So bring your own, known as an RV. And it's been, pretty useful 5-acre property right in downtown. But how long can 5-acre prime real estate serve as an RV park in Jackson? Not long. I mean, it's got to be bouged up, right? You got to get bougie with it. The town and county purchased the 5 acres, which is basically empty land and a few picnic tables, for $28 million. With interest, $30 million. So we're talking $28, $29, $30 million purchase of 5 acres by the town and county with your taxpayer money, with the intent of putting affordable housing on it. Is any affordable housing on it now? I just drove by it yesterday. You know what's on it now? Still RVs. This is 3 years later. Penrose was a company that was approved after RFP. They were selected to put affordable housing on the ground. Penrose penciled and then came back saying, we can't do affordable housing here. It's not going to work. It's not worth it. Penrose was selected in 2024. So now on the timeline, you're 3 years into it. You're 2 years after your developer tells us we can't pencil it. We can't do it. We need to sell. We need to purchase. We need to build stuff. Some aspect of it has to be free market or we can't make it work. Well, duh. That's the reason we don't have affordable housing anywhere in the country, is no developer will build cheap apartments because it doesn't get you return on investment. So, duh, the developer says they can't do it. There's been recent meetings, just very recent, from the town and county to decide now what to do with the property. Do we change? Do we tweak what kind of affordable housing we put on it? Do we also include some high rental condos to make it work? Or do we, this is my favorite part, do we sell it? You just bought it 3 years ago under the guise, sorry for that word, of affordable housing, and now you're considering perhaps selling it and throwing up your hands and saying, we can't do it, selling it. That's the affordable housing efforts going on in Teton County. Similar to, as I mentioned earlier this morning, the Cheney Lane debacle, which happened back in 2007. The Affordable Housing Department purchased 5 acres on the West Bank in the Wilson area for $2.1 million taxpayer money. Pretty good deal, actually. $2 million for 5 acres in La-di-da, West Bank. Very good deal. Smart. Problem is they never got it zoned for housing. There was zoning issues. There were other issues. 9 years later, after the county government promised you affordable housing, asked for $2.1 million of your tax money to build it. 9 years after that, they finally gave up and said, we're never going to get it built, and sold it to a private developer, Sage Flats LLC. And here's the kicker. Affordable housing never got built 9 years later. So to me, that doesn't sound like a specific purpose excise tax. What was the specific purpose of this $2.1 million? To build housing. Did it ever happen? No. Sounds like a lawsuit if I'm a taxpayer, and I think there are lawsuits involved. But the kicker is 9 years after purchasing property for a fairly cheap $2.1 million, it was sold for a loss. How playing the real estate game in Teton County, do you lose money as a real estate? It was sold for 2.05. So technically, this thing lost $500,000 or 2. I don't know my numbers good. Purchased for 2.1, sold for 2.05. Only government can lose money in Teton County real estate. It's almost impossible. I mean, any moron can make money in real estate in Teton County, assuming you can make that initial purchase and then flip that property 9 years later for a loss. I mean, that's your affordable housing efforts. The Cheney Lane debacle, the current Virginian Lane debacle. Maybe you should stay away from any property with Lane in the title. And now this notion that we're going to put housing on top of a morgue only in Jackson Hole. Let's get some common sense into the room. That would be Jared Petrino, and we're going to shift subjects to sports. Jared.
How we doing?
Oh, we're doing good. So, we got eyes on football, and it's the what is this Mountain West Conference sneak preview in Las Vegas all about?
Yeah, so every summer they send down coaches go down, and then a couple players go with them, and it's just a chance for basically every media outlet of every school and every local media outlet be able to talk to all the players and coaches from every team, kind of getting an outlook on what they're looking at, and then they'll have it'll be live on the Mountain West Network too to watch the live interviews and just kind of a preview of the season. It's it's where they do the preseason coaches poll and they release the coaches poll and where teams are going to be at, and then it's a chance for the head coaches to meet all together and go over with the officials any points of emphasis this year. Just gets everybody in the same room and just preseason meetings. So
this is going on today and tomorrow at the Old Trapper Mountain West Conference Media Days at the Palms Resort and Casino, and it will be aired, broadcast, streamed live. Mountain West Media Days. Perhaps in Mountain West Media Days past, this event was kind of ho-hum. But this year, with the change in the conference, trying to understand what's North Dakota State, what to UTEP, who is our next rival going to be, it might be a little more important to learn about our other teams. Like, hey, who are you guys?
Yeah, there might be a little bit more introductions going on this time around. There's going to be a lot of new faces, new schools. I mean, just new logos at the meeting. So just probably getting everybody probably good for those new. So we got NDSU, Northern Illinois, UTEP. I believe if I'm missing, I think that's it as far as new members. So it's going to be interesting. It's definitely going to be a new one for sure. And then obviously the people that left, so not going to be there anymore. So yeah, it'll be a lot of meet and greet and meeting some people. Obviously NDSU, we know their head coach. He was our offensive coordinator before he went up there. So that won't be too much of a stranger, but Northern Illinois and UTEP, that'll be some new members coming in. So
the Pokes have a little bit of history brewing with Northern Illinois, some actual maybe potential rivalry. I'm thinking just by proximity, NDSU has to be considered a rival right off the bat. It'll be interesting. If this is any indication, can we read between the lines? I think last we heard in spring camp, the battle for quarterback was considered a battle. Like we didn't know who the quarterback was. Well, Coach Salvell says he's bringing Tyler Hughes to this Mountain West Media Days. I got to think that's QB1. And, for good reason. This kid's highly touted. What he's done previously, 2,330 yards passing, 20 touchdowns, and only 3 picks. You talk about quarterbacks that have to push the offense, and it's often high risk, high reward. To throw 20 TDs to 3 picks, that is really encouraging. And then Tyler with his legs, 670 yards and 11 touchdowns on the ground. wherever my heart lies with the QB1, QB2, I mean, you got to give Tyler Hughes the start on opening day.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I think that if there's anything to be excited about is the quarterback room. I mean, I think we got some guys there that can help us out. I think it's probably the best depth we've had there in a while. And you don't bring a guy in for 1 year and, give him the NIL money that you probably have to pay him to have him sit the bench. You know what I mean? So I think it's he's got the leg up, I would assume, looking from the outside looking in, but hopefully he's the guy. But if he does get beat out, he got beat out because Mason's playing better, so, but I think I think there's a chance for we see both of them too. So I don't know, especially I don't know how we haven't gone a year without a quarterback starting every game since probably Josh Allen. So, so you can't have enough, so. But
yeah, I love the depth in the QB room. The only thing I'm worried about is you got to scheme an offense for a dual threat guy, a guy who can really move with his legs. Drew, to me, seems more a pocket passer. I don't know how he fits if he has to come in.
Yeah, I think it's kind of sneaky. I think Mason's a little bit more athletic than people give him credit for. I think he can be efficient. I remember watching the Hawaii game last year. He got out a lot of broken plays with his feet, and they ran some QB draws that he was really successful with. So it was definitely. I think he maybe not as fast as Tyler. He's got that ability to make plays with his feet also.
Yeah, he can move around. Well, all this discussion is moot if quarterbacks don't have anybody to throw to. Boy, that wide receiver room is thin and full of unknowns. We need guys who can catch the ball.
Yep. Nope, that's probably the biggest question mark on the offense side of the ball. Definitely is wide receiver and seeing what we can get out of that. Obviously, I know we talked about how good we feel about the tight ends and the running backs, but you definitely need that those guys outside to hopefully someone emerge. You know what I mean? Someone make a play and get some confidence early in the season and be able to move forward. So.
What are you doing for this Mountain West Conference preview? You going to be watching that? You going to it?
No, I'll be just watching it. So I'll be watching it. I'll be watching the other teams. Kind of getting some. I got a couple TV games this year, so I'll be kind of taking some notes down of guys that they're excited about. So, yeah, just kind of taking it all in and kind of seeing what's out there. So.
All right, let's switch sports. Let's go to basketball. The latest I see is a transfer point guard who is kind of a welcome home. I know Coach Wicks was trying to recruit this kid pretty hard. Parker Garrett's couldn't get him out of Washington. He preferred to stay in his home state until now. He hasn't had, maybe things haven't panned out for Garrett's, maybe a change of scenery, but the backcourt is kind of full for UW. We got a lot of guards. I don't know how this guy fits in, but maybe.
Yeah, like I said, it's going to be interesting to see how it all fits in, but you make a good point. If there's probably one spot on the court where we feel like a lot of depth, it is, like you said, the backcourt with all the guys coming back. Plus, we've added the Gatorade Player of the Year in Colorado, who's kind of a 2-3 guy. And so I know we're really excited about him as well. So I think it's going to be yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be a loaded backcourt. But again, like I said, you can't have enough competition, and competition only makes you better. So we'll see how things shake out.
Yeah. What do you know about this? In Casper, the annual Wyoming Coaches Foundation North-South All-Star Game, it's volleyball, basketball, pitting high school teams, North against the South. I got some favorites of Calshi or Vegas is taking odds on this. I'm putting some money down on North boys basketball, but that's just me.
That's this week. That's this weekend. They timed that up. We have the Wyoming Coaches Association clinic starting today. Will be today, tomorrow, and Friday, and then you got the games on Saturday. And so yeah, it's a cool event. So I think it's going to be definitely some good basketball, some good product. And I know Wyoming had a tough time against Montana in the Montana-Wyoming All-Star game, but this gives a chance for the North and the South to go at it. But I think I'd favor the North too. I think I like your pick there.
No, wait a minute. Now I'm changing my mind. I had it wrong, Jared. So if you want to stay North, I'm going South. I have seen more of the South players, including all we need is a guy named Dylan, whether that's Archibald or Shumway, Green River, Star Valley, and then Dax Taylor from Green. I'm changing my mind. I meant South boys basketball.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll stay with the North then.
All right. Let's put a 5 on it.
All right. Sounds good.
Yeah, that's pretty neat. It also involves volleyball and some hard-hitting girls on the volleyball team. I mean, I'm just looking at the Cody. You take 3 girls off the Cody volleyball team, and that's all you need, wherever they're playing. But that's fun. It's fun to see high school, different schools get together, and suddenly you're teammates with your biggest rival.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely it's cool. It's fun experience playing in all-star games like that. It's memories you'll never forget.
All right, Jared, what else is happening? You good?
Nope, I'm good. Just hanging out, just trying to survive this heat.
Dude, it is hot. Well, let's see what we learned from the Mountain West Conference preview media days. That'll be interesting to see these newcomers and what they have to say. We're building a new conference here, and Wyoming's on top. Thanks, Jared.
All right. Thank you. Have a good day.
Cowboy State Daily Show here on a Wednesday, talking UW sports with Jared every Wednesday. And Mountain West Days taking place now. Mountain West Media Days in Las Vegas today and tomorrow. This weekend, Saturday, is that North-South All-Star Competition. July 18th in Casper. Practice already underway starting today. It pits the best of the best in volleyball and basketball on the hard court. And I'm going to go South basketball boys. Jared's going to go North basketball boy. I'll even give him 10 points. I mean, South looks strong. We got to hit a pause for news coming up next hour. David Giralt. He's the candidate that you better not forget in a crowded race for House. Judd Rogers is here from Wyoming PBS Foundation, and Kate Meadows joins us, all coming up next hour.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Some Teton County commissioners say putting an employee housing complex on top of a morgue makes sense due to the housing shortage. But Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the coroner's office is strongly against it.
The coroner, Brent Blue of Teton County, is saying who would want to live above a morgue in an industrial area? Maybe consider temporary housing if you're going to push the issue. County commissioners, conversely, are saying to get 2, maybe more housing units for $1 million by, stacking it on the morgue plans that are already underway. That's amazing for Teton County, which is riddled with dire housing shortages for workforce, including county employees. Why would we not?
Chief Deputy Coroner Russell Nelson, who's running to lead the office, was less subtle, comparing it to being, quote, downwind of the carcass disposal pit at the transfer station. The U.S. House passed a bill Tuesday to make daylight saving time permanent, but Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that Representative Harriet Hageman was one of only 2 Republicans who voted against it, arguing it would put school children in the dark.
Wyoming's Representative Harriet Hageman voted against the measure, saying it would rob farmers and ranchers of precious sunlight. H.R. 139 would make daylight savings permanent if it is passed by the Senate and signed into law by President Donald Trump. The Senate has not yet scheduled to vote on the Sunshine Act.
The 308 to 117 vote advances the act to the Senate, which, if approved, would make daylight saving time permanent. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Here's another driving safety tip from WYDOT. Download the Wyoming 511 app for hands-free information on your mobile device. Visit wyoroad.info for road conditions, closures, weather forecasts, web cameras, and much more. This has been another safety tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name is Tom Kelly, and I'm running for the Republican nomination for Superintendent of Public Instruction. An important duty of the superintendent is to make decisions on the State Land and Investment Board. Wyoming has serious challenges and big choices to make around energy and economic development. As a member of the board, if I know something, you'll know something. With full transparency, Wyoming can take advantage of the economic opportunities without letting mega corporations take advantage of us. I'm Tom Kelly, and I approve this message.
Paid for by the committee to elect Tom Kelly.
At Cowboy State Daily, we cover everything Wyoming, like the 2026 elections.
The White House, they sent Senate President Bo Biden a letter that's basically an attaboy saying, wow, good job, Senate.
The outdoors.
The last time they had a proposed hunting season, they would have issued 20 hunting tags.
And the issues you care about.
The report came out and it shows the school district to be in violation.
Covering Wyoming like nobody else can. This is Cowboy State Daily. Cowboy State Daily News continues now. The photographer who shot video of the Yellowstone bison attacking the 65-year-old grandpa ran after the animal when he saw it standing over the man. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi spoke with professional photographer Mike McLeod, who says, quote, I just started running at the bison trying to be intimidating.
He rushed at the bison trying to make himself as large and loud and intimidating as possible, but he didn't really frame that as heroic or brave. He said that was just what needed to be done, and he acted kind of instinctually. And when McLeod was with McDaniel waiting for Yellowstone EMS to arrive, he gave him a 9.5 out of 10 in terms of the landing after being tossed in the air. And McDaniel said, well, if you'd caught me a couple years sooner, I would have stuck it.
Thankfully, other observers followed McLeod's lead, yelling and running toward the bison, which was enough to send it running. Despite promising a press conference this week to address the metadata center contamination of Cheyenne's wastewater system, the Board of Public Utilities now say it won't. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that the company is opting instead to release a statement addressing questions.
I did talk to City Councilman Pete Laybourne, who expressed disappointment in the decision and said it's not really fair to lead people on thinking there's going to be this and then to about face and say, no, we're gonna do something different. Pete Laybourne is frustrated. Exie Brown, who's running for House seat, also expressed disappointment and said it sounds like the Board of Public Utilities is just trying to be careful with their answers and don't necessarily want to be blindsided by follow-up questions.
The public outrage over the contamination has built for weeks after the BOPU made the contamination public months after it happened. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Cowboy State Daily Show beginning our final hour here on a Wednesday. Joining us, David Giralt, candidate for U.S. House, Claire McFarland, Cowboy State Daily journalist. Giralt, former active duty Army Ranger, running against 9 other candidates in the primary alone, which is less than 5 weeks away. I don't mean to scare you, David. It's like August 18th, coming fast. And this is the candidate. My motto for your website candidacy is probably outspent, but never outworked. David Giralt, thanks for both of you for sharing time with us.
Morning, how are you?
Good morning, both. And if you don't have that trademarked, I might take that from you.
You got it. I'll sell it to you for nothing.
All right, good, done.
Yeah, so endorsements often important in races. I mean, is right up there with money, speaking of campaign money, but endorsements, I want to talk about that and the Claire McFarland story, Claire.
Yeah, I mean, is there anything you want to say before I start firing questions?
Yeah, I just kind of want to pick up on that first initial comment, and I'm sorry if it's a little loud. We're here in Torrington, Wyoming, on the trail, but and I said this in the article, but it would be impossible for me to bring the amount of money that other competitors in this race are going to, and the way that I'm trying to overcome that, and that I'm working to great effect to overcome that, is by demonstrating to people that I know what's entailed in the job, and that I'm the best candidate, the best fit for the position that I'm applying for. And I'm interviewing with, 500,000 people across the state of Wyoming, whether you're with my party or not. I'm still running to represent you in the state of Wyoming.
Thank you. So, I mean, we covered like 6 sitting congressional delegates. You say have endorsed you. Do you have more on the way?
It'd be a little premature for me to say, but obviously, I'm working to earn as much support as I can on the committees that matter most to this state. So where those committees are and kind of the conversations happening with different members, I'm just working to convince them and show them that I'm ready to show up and work on behalf of the people of Wyoming in the U.S. Congress. So, of course, I'm having conversations with hopefully my future colleagues and seeing if we can leverage those relationships on behalf of the Cowboy State.
Thank you. So what we have, there's a little bit of stigma about having spent time in DC, being an insider, as Secretary of State Chuck Gray would say. But I wonder, if you're brand new to the learning curve of how things work in Congress, does that cripple an elected representative's ability to accomplish things?
Yeah, I think so. And I think there's a vast difference between the sort of partisan political experience that some may have in this race versus my background, which is entirely on the policy realm. I was an active duty Army officer when I was assigned to Capitol Hill, and I worked for a few different members. My experience was getting things done. And whether that was my experience in the military or my experience working for different members of Congress, it was being presented with difficult situations where the stakes were high and people expected results. That's what my experience is. So yes, I have less experience in the political, fighting, I suppose. But the thing that the message that I'm trying to put to the people of Wyoming, and I think we're having some success in this campaign because of it, is I'm applying for this job because I want to work on behalf of the people of the state of Wyoming, not because I want to sit there and spin my wheels and do a bunch of TV hits. I understand the irony of this, but I'm not going there just to make noise. I'm going there to accomplish things.
So give us an example, because you think about a lot of us from 5th grade civics have kind of a rose-colored view of the way Congress ought to work, and you go in there with your powdered wig on and you make laws, but it's a lot of rough and tumble technical, knowing which committee to talk to, knowing where to be, knowing how to position yourself. Can you give us an example of where that technical understanding, where that has recently come into play? Give us an example where that's given someone an advantage.
I think that's the only way to seek and achieve an advantage in Congress, is by actually understanding the system. So these endorsements directly relate to that. And a great example, I just kind of want to start by saying the committees that I'll seek to be on, if I'm given the opportunity, is Budget, House Natural Resources, and the House Armed Services Committee. The reason for the House Armed Services Committee is there's one committee for the past 6 decades that's actually passed a bill through the Civics 101 procedure. So it's built-in committee, amendments, provisions, and different riders are attached to it in that base bill and committee. It then goes to the other chamber, so to the Senate. It's conferenced, and then people agree on what's going to be put into it, and then it's sent to the president's desk. That's completely oversimplified for all of the political science nerds out there, myself included, but it suffices to make the point. The Armed Services Committee is crucial to getting priorities for the state of Wyoming passed, and passed quickly. The House Natural Resources Committee is another critical committee for the representative from Wyoming to sit on, because half of our state is federal lands, and our ability to use those lands in order to leverage them, whether that be for recreating, responsible energy development, or anything else in between, that's crucial to have a member that sits on that committee. And then one of the things that I want to work on the most, whether that's talking to voters or just what I want to do as I look towards the next generation, is work on cost of living and the economy. The way we do that is by working on the budget. Washington, D.C. for far too long has spent too much. They've not seen the taxpayer dollar as their own. And Wyoming families all across the state have to balance a budget every single month. Washington, D.C. should have to do the same. We're not going to be able to affect that unless we have a member who has relationships right now to get us on the budget committee and start making those impacts felt immediately.
Are you in favor of a convention to establish a balanced budget amendment?
Yeah, I absolutely am. I don't think that there's I also like to be honest with people and tell them there's not enough support in Congress to do that. I wholeheartedly and would work to get that done. But the reality of it is there are too many folks in Washington, D.C. right now who don't want to pass that. So it's going to take a lot of relationship building. I think it's going to take the voice of the American people and the right incentive structures. So the voters in this state and every district across the country need to incentivize their representatives to more responsibly look at fiscal restraint and understanding that this is an unsustainable path that we're on. $40 trillion in debt. It's not good for our day-to-day lives, but it's also not good for the next generation and the generation after that.
Thank you. Can you report to us, you be the reporter, because you worked for a lot of these people and you were congressional staffer and you did that rough and tumble. Give us a brief rundown of a day in the life of a congressional staffer. What did you do?
Well, it varies on the office and whatever the members' priorities are. But most recently, I left the active duty service and I went on to go work for U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis. For her, I did agriculture, trade, immigration, and national security, of course. A day in the life might be working with different stakeholders across the state of Wyoming to understand what their priorities are. You then take those ideas, you attempt to find an opposing viewpoint in order to either sharpen your argument or maybe reduce the legitimacy. You're trying to take the best possible case. So you want to listen to both sides, and you then make a decision. You make a recommendation to that member, that senator, and then ultimately they make a decision and move forward. And decisions can look different. Maybe that's a piece of legislation. Maybe that's a recommendation to cut spending on a particular program, or maybe that's us conceding a point. Let's use the blue whale. I hate to beat up on the blue whale, but let's say that's the protection of the blue whale is a priority for some members off the East Coast. I'm way out of my element. I know nothing about the blue whale, but let's say that working with a member whose sole priority is the protection of the blue whale, we can exchange some concessions from them to protect our public lands here. We say, maybe you don't understand the West fully. Will you work with me in order to advance my bill? And I'll work with you to advance yours. As long as it doesn't cut against the interests of Wyoming, I'm all for you. Will you be on my team and help me advance Wyoming's priorities? That's sort of how the cross aisle, conversation goes. And I don't know that and those days look different depending upon what's on the floor, what the current body politic is negotiating. And happy to talk about what's going on right now too. Right now is the National Defense Authorization Act. Contained in that bill, it's funding for the military, it's funding for barracks and quality of life for our soldiers, and it's also a pay raise for our junior enlisted. Right now, that legislation is stalled on the House floor. That's bad. We should expect that our Congress member knows that those priorities need to be worked on. It's not a sole issue place. We need them to do more than just one issue. We need them to advance priorities that help protect our lives and drive down the cost for everyday Americans.
What's the sticking point? I mean, what's holding it up? What's the qualm?
There's a bill for daylight savings right now that a particular segment of the Republican conference wants passed and wants heard. So what they've done is they've stalled a rule, and what they've what they've done is taken a privilege resolution, which prevents any other business from being introduced onto the House floor until that one issue is heard. The unfortunate part about that is just a few members can gum up the works, and policy that affects the lives of 340 million Americans across this country. Largely, in my humble view, I think it's because they don't fully understand or appreciate that those are the consequences of what they're seeking to achieve.
Thank you. Jake, did you have a question?
Just that gamesmanship, that game playing in the Congress. I hate when I hear things about that, but I like to know your way around that. It's got to be tough for any newcomer candidate, especially if you're facing an incumbent, to walk that balance between I'm fresh and new, I'm not part of the swamp, but I know how the swamp works. I've been there. You get the endorsement of 6 who are doing that job right now. So that says something. That says David Giralt is not of DC, but he gets how it works. He's seen how the sausage is made. Those are important endorsements.
Well, the other thing there to highlight to folks is these are members of Congress who are committee chairman or about to be committee chairman and chair of committees that really are relevant to the state of Wyoming. And they've put their neck on the line in a very messy, as we mentioned at the top, a very messy 10-way primary. And they're saying, hey, this guy knows what he's doing. He's going to serve the best interests of the Cowboy State. It's worth taking a look at him. I'm putting my name behind him. And again, that matters. They're not just names on a paper. Those are people who are ready to work with me on behalf of the Cowboy State. So we don't have to worry about just having one member of Congress. I'm already building a team, and that network, that team, it only increases from this point on.
Thank you. How am I doing on time, Jake?
You're doing good, but I got to take exception to your story. Let me rewrite a sentence for you. You said that David Giralt is touting the endorsement of 6 sitting U.S. House members plus rock star Ted Nugent. That should be Ted Nugent plus the House members.
You take that one up with Jimmy.
You got to lead with Ted Nugent.
I don't know. 6 people, because these people have political.
I know.
Concerns too, right? So they're like, oh, what does this do to my campaign? What does this do to my legacy? Is this guy gonna let me down? Right? Like David said, they're putting their neck out there, and especially so in the House, because you're up every 2 years, and so it's like, this is supposedly endorsing David Giralt is not going to hit my campaign, is what they're basically saying. Yeah. And so. But Nugent, I don't know what he's running for. So but I guess it depends how much you enjoy Stranglehold. I don't know.
Well, the important thing there is that he cares deeply about public lands. He cares deeply, obviously, about hunting, fishing, and recreating, which is part of the 3-legged stool of Wyoming's economy. So being able to protect those things, access to our public lands, and just telling DC and communicating to them that, hey, Wyoming is not for sale, and we're not going to be the remedy to this $40 trillion deficit. That's a real sticking point. And we didn't talk about veterans a whole lot, and this obviously hits home for me as a veteran. But Washington, D.C. is also looking at our veterans. We just finished 20 years of war, the longest war in this nation's history, and you've got D.C. looking fondly at veterans' benefits and saying, hey, maybe some of these need to be reevaluated. The honorable service that you engaged in, that voluntary service, we do have a big bill, it's coming due, and we can't just go on forever. Why don't we look at our veterans and take another bite of the apple out of them? I don't think that's right. I want to be an advocate, and I think that it serves Congress well to have a veteran who served in the global war on terror. Those voices need to be heard in DC. But also, with Wyoming being one of the highest per capita states of veterans, we need to have that sort of representation in D.C. So whether that's the Veteran Affairs Committee, whether that's House Natural Resources, Budget, Armed Services, we need to have representation. We need to have representation in the right places. We need to have representation that works with other people in order to advance our priorities, not just talking about what could be done in some imaginary utopia. That's what it's all about, and that's the campaign that I'm trying to progress here.
Good point from U.S. House candidate David Giralt, who I thought it was fantastic insight to the blue whale. Show me why you love the blue whale, and I'll show you why we love four-wheeling and hunting in some of these lands here in Wyoming. And let's help each other make Congress function. That's pretty cool. Claire, one last question of David Giralt.
I mean, how is the campaign trail going? Are you garnering any name recognition?
Yes. We're out here in Torrington, Wyoming, obviously. And, it's really fun to show up to someone's door, knock on their door, and they go, I know you from TV. So we're up on TV now. We're advertising, and we're sending out mailers. So my apologies to the voters of Wyoming. You'll have to see my face more frequently. So we're starting to spend money now, like other people, not nearly as much. But the case also that I'm making to voters, which has resonance, is, hey, we weren't able to spend millions of dollars early on in this campaign just to build that name ID. We want to peak at the right time. But I'm not only a conservative Republican in practice or in speech. I practice it with my life. And I think that's demonstrated not only through my service to this country, which I'm proud of, but it's also in the way that we're running this campaign. We started at the top saying this, but I do plan on working harder than everybody else. That I'm no stranger to hard work. And it's fun to show up at different people's doors. They knew who I am. And, some of the questions, it's mainly just about getting to know me a little bit better and answering some policy questions. It's a lot of fun. I'm very encouraged by the interactions that we've had. We were in Lusk yesterday, Torrington today. We'll be back in Casper tomorrow. And then, we're all over the state. And just as a quick plug, we'll be in your county or your city soon. So if you want to see where we're at, please just go to davidgiralt.com. Follow our social media pages, and we'll have events posted there, and we'll see you soon if we haven't yet.
Registered Republican listeners, you'll be asked to choose between this guy and 9 others on August 18th. Claire, thank you. David, thank you. Cowboy State Daily Show continues right after this short break.
The midterm elections are quickly coming up in November.
We have to win the midterms. This is the most important election.
And Cowboy State Daily gives you the local political coverage that has national implications.
I think that we need to be more aggressive in terms of talking about what the real issues are.
Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the coverage, insight, and knowledge about the candidates as we ramp up to the midterm elections in November. Cowboy State Daily, your daily source for all things Wyoming.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Substance use disorder and addiction is so isolating. And so, as a Black woman in recovery, hope must be loud. The moment I chose hope was when I couldn't look myself in the mirror anymore. I did not recognize myself. Absolutely. I'm so proud because I did not think I was gonna make it. And now, I get to call my mom and say I love her. I get to teach my son how to say, Mama, I love you. Yeah. So for me, hope in this moment, it is the thread that lets you know that no matter what happens, you will be okay.
Judy.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
Out here, there's danger. I don't think that the young people are fleeing from anything. Boy, I think they're facing reality. I think our generation are one living in the dream world.
If I could do something like this for 3 weeks in the middle of nowhere.
Just a little sneak preview of a life outside. I can't wait to watch this. It is premiering, guess what, today. Talk about timing. Let's get to the Zoom room, bring in our next guest as we're talking to Judd Rogers, who is Executive Director of the Wyoming PBS Foundation, the fundraising arm of Wyoming PBS. Also a climber himself. He knows a thing or two about high elevation. Knowles instructor. Judd, this 90-minute documentary has got to be right in your wheelhouse. You must love this.
Hi, Jake. Good morning. Thanks so much for having me. I love what you do to elevate Wyoming voices, and I'm just so pleased to be here. This documentary really is a personal it just brings a lot of my life work to fruition, and I'm so proud to share it. We're so proud at Wyoming PBS to share it with the world. It's gonna air tonight, 7 p.m. And I've been getting emails from Mexico, New Zealand, Chile, like all around the world, where Knowles, of course, has a footprint. People are standing by and ready to check it out.
So cool. I mean, it is the unveiling in general to the public, but this thing's got some eyeballs on it already, and already garnered awards. It's been making the Film Fest tour. What is it? What is the general feedback so far? Anywhere this has played?
Well, this film it's several years in the making, and we have a director's cut that was out on the festival circuit. It aired in Sedona. It won the People's Choice at the Alpen Film Festival in Jackson. It was in Durango. It was at the Yosemite Film Festival. It won Best Film in Chattanooga, Tennessee at their film festival. And it also went down to Coyhaique, Chile, where it was part of the Santiago Mountain Film Festival, and was a packed house down there. So we've been getting wonderful feedback. You don't have to be a mountaineer to enjoy this film. This is about Wyoming and Wyoming history and the legend of Wyoming, Paul Petzl, this guy who at the age of 57 years old started Knowles. But prior to that, he was part of the 10th Mountain Division in World War II, fighting the Nazis. He started Exum Mountain Guides, America's oldest guiding service, and he is, part of his legacy is to get people outside and get them out there and give them the best time of their life and really connect them to wild places. And he chose Wyoming to start that school. And for those of us that live here, we know why. The Tetons, the Wind Rivers, the Bighorns, the Red Desert, just these amazing landscapes, and they really shine in this film. And I think folks are going to love it. It's, we take a group, a family, a father-daughter and a father-son, to the summit of the Grand Teton, and we see it the whole way. So if you've never been up the Grand Teton, you will be tonight when you watch this show.
Yeah, without the exertion and without having to lug a camera up there. Matt Hames is the guy behind this, and I'm sure he talked about the challenges, and I think of that too. Whenever I see a documentary, Jacques Cousteau diving under, I'm thinking, that's cool, Jacques, but somebody's doing this alongside you with a camera. Whenever you see climbing, alpinists doing their thing, I'm thinking, yep, somebody's doing it right with you with a camera. It has to be so hard to do that. Way to go, Matt.
Matt Hames, he's done a couple documentaries with Wyoming PBS, Fossil Country, Call of the West. We've got a Vietnam documentary coming up in November. He is an award-winning film producer. He's our Ken Burns. He really just does quality work. And that team, with the help of Exum Mountain Guides, there was a dozen people behind the scenes making all that happen. We had another team climb up the middle Teton to be able to film from afar. We're in a wilderness area, or national park. There's no drones allowed in there, so everything we had to do, we had to lug in ourselves and make it happen. And I think it's just going to blow everyone's mind, the films, the shots that they got up there. And as you mentioned, it's a lot of work behind the scenes.
Oh, John, I didn't even think about that. No drones. Everybody loves that aerial shot. Sorry, Matt. Matt said it was a pretty challenging to make this film. Spent months filming in remote, unforgiving mountain environments. Let's circle back to Paul Petzold, and this guy's so legendary that every part of Wyoming wants to claim him. I thought he was ours here in Jackson Hole, and the Tetons Lander wants him. Anywhere there's a mountain, Paul Petzold is going to show up. This guy is huge, so impactful. And Judd, you kind of touched on it. It has a lot more to do with just, peak bagging or climbing. It's not about climbing. It's like a metaphor about the Wyoming spirit. What has brought different people here to this state? And that spirit of like getting outside and doing things that are hard to do.
Yeah. Paul's greatest contribution was that he really was an amazing educator, and he took this concept. The Europeans had been guiding for generations, but in Wyoming or in the United States there were no mountain guides, and he effectively was the first one. Age 16, he comes over into Wyoming from Idaho, sees the Grand, says, let's climb the Grand. And he, sets out, pair of cowboy boots, kind of works his way up, gets spanked, then has to try again the next day. And, he sort of figured out, this is something I could do to bring home a summer's wage. So he started guiding some of the dudes up those mountains. And he went on to do all these great things. And really, if you just look at the impact Knowles has had, over 500,000 alumni, branches across the world, and all that is part of that legacy. And we, of course, all want to claim him because he is a Wyoming personality. He's got that charm, that charisma, and that grit that we all strive for,
and that spirit of just the spirit to do something, to be outside. That it is why a lot of us are here in Wyoming. PBS CEO Joanna Kales said it best. She said this documentary, Paul Petzold, and the whole documentary captures the people, history, and spirit of our state, plays in all, the whole nation really can get inspired by Paul and this documentary. But you got to sprinkle in some nowadays, some modern time, Judd. So get back to bringing a family up there. How did this go? Who is it that's going up? What was this all about, bringing it to modern time now?
Well, so Joanna had climbed the Grand Teton with Exum a number of years ago, and that's sort of where this idea hatched. And so she really wanted to pull some real people into this film. What's going on today? And Matt Hames, the director, as you mentioned, pulled together a couple of folks. The folks at Exum had some people in mind, and Joe said, I want this to be people that that aren't hardcore mountaineers. That we want to show the world what guiding is, and this is ultimately a love letter to outfitters, fly anglers, the people that take people out selflessly, and their concern is to get them to the top or of the mountain, or to catch that big fish, or to get deep into the wilderness on those horses. And that really shines in this film, and with the father son, the father daughter. There's just so much more, right? It's almost reality television, right? You capture the real conversations, the real challenges that happen out there, and doesn't always go perfectly well, as we'll see in the film tonight. But it always ends with a pretty significant experience, and you can see it in the faces of those climbers when they're on the summit. You can see it in the eyes of the parents, the pride, and there's just this guide thing it's amazing. It's really cool what we do.
Yeah, it's so deep. There's so much takeaway. Climbing a mountain is like a metaphor for, climbing an obstacle in your life, overcoming it, accepting a challenge and doing it. Is there enough here for the hardcore mountaineer? Are we going to see like guides interacting with people and saying, you don't be scared of this, put your foot here, because the climb of the Grand does have some technical aspects. It's not, a walk in the park.
Yeah. I recommend taking a deep breath. You're going to feel the altitude. You're going to feel the verticality of it. You're going to like, I've talked to a couple of folks that have watched it, and they've just been gripped during some of the scenes. So yeah, it's pretty entertaining stuff. And, it really does bring you into the emotions that people are going through on those climbs and on the way up. And then of course it weaves back and forth through time and goes back to Paul's original. We've got footage from the original climb of K2 in the 30s and footage pictures from the climb of the Grand, and just this amazing documentary of our history that we're capturing and we're sharing with the world. You mentioned it's going to get picked up across the nation. There's over 300 PBS stations across the nation, public television, that'll air this as it goes public. But of course, tonight's the first showing for our public. We tied it in with WYO Gives Day as a big WYO Gives annual premiere. We want to do this every year. And that's really what Wyoming PBS is striving to do right now, is capture these amazing Wyoming stories and share them. And we want this to be an annual tradition. So this is our first one.
You might catch yourself white knuckling that popcorn bowl because you're going to be all caught up in it. 90-minute documentary, A Life Outside American Mountain Guides. It's Matt Hames' work. It's Wyoming PBS special. WYO Gives premiere tonight. Now, Judd, the nuts and bolts of it. I want to see this. What do I do? Where do I click? Where do I actually watch this, and when?
So, okay, tonight, 7 p.m. If you have Wyoming PBS, it's over the air. We cover the whole state. You can pick us up for free on the live feed. You can go online, wyomingpbs.org, and watch it live on our channel there. And we're going to drop it on YouTube so it can disperse out across the world. The Wyoming PBS airing will have a few pledge breaks in it where Joe and we're going to have the director on there and some special guests from Knowles and from Exum. And then on the YouTube feed, we're actually it won't have those interruptions, but it will have a live chat feature where Matt Hames, the filmmaker, will be answering questions on that. So catch us on the Wyoming PBS YouTube channel, or catch us online, or catch us on the air.
Oh man, you're gonna feel like you're there without having to spend a night on the saddle. We're going to climb with Wyoming PBS tonight. Special premiere. Judd Rogers with us. Judd, thank you. I'm excited for it. And I'm excited for more. We're not done yet. The Vietnam thing, that looks really good. Come on again and let us know what's next.
All right. Thank you, Jake. Thanks, everyone out there.
Take care. Bet. We'll take one last break. We'll be right back.
Are you still throwing money at boring advertising that nobody remembers? Cowboy State Daily Radio is where Wyoming talks, laughs, debates, and actually pays attention. Your customers are not only listening, they're talking about the news of the day. So why not put your business in the middle of the conversation? From sponsored interviews to powerhouse statewide campaigns, Cowboy State Daily Radio delivers your message with an exclusive Wyoming reach. Contact Piper Fenimore today at piper@cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014,
Wyoming Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzzed driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
One of the most buzzy, I know that's not the word anymore. That word fell out of fashion a few years ago. The buzziest news of Cowboy State Daily today is the House voted to pass the Sunshine Act, which would keep the country in daylight savings time, right? There'll be no switching anymore, no twice a year messing with the clock. The House passed it. It now goes to Senate, and of course, President Trump would have to sign it. And then does it apply to everybody, every state? Wyoming's already passed its own state legislation to get ready for this, to prepare for this. So you would assume in Wyoming, as soon as Trump signs it, we stop messing with the clocks and suddenly your microwave oven is correct all year, not just for 6 months. Representative Harriet Hageman, by the way, voted against that permanent daylight savings bill, citing concerns for early morning darkness and kids going to school and the safety regarding that. In my mind, I'm not there. I'm not thinking of the kids. I'm only thinking of me when it comes to daylight saving. I want more time at the tail end of the day to barbecue. After I get home from work, I don't want to come home from work and then say, oh, honey, you feel like grilling a steak? Oh, never mind. It's pitch black out. I want time at the end of the day, but that's me. And if I were thinking about the safety of school kids waiting for the bus in the early morning, like Harriet Hageman, maybe I would vote against it, but probably not. Knowing selfish me, I'd be like, I want more light at the end of the day. That's big news, by the way. There's well over 1,000 people have made impressions on that. In other words, have thumbs up, thumbs down the story on Facebook. Maybe they're laughing. Maybe they're angry. House passes permanent daylight saving time bill. Hageman votes against. Well over 1,000 impressions on Facebook. The story, 665 comments. Ooh, folks got a lot to say. 65 shares as that story is gone viral, as they say. Buzzy. Kate Meadows should be with us shortly. I'm thinking she's on the schedule anyway. And we'll talk about a whole bunch of Kate Meadows stories, which almost always involve databases at some point. Kate, you're going to get 3, 2, 1 countdown, and I'm going to go to rodeo. Whenever I play the rodeo show, it usually gets a guest properly motivated. 3, 2, 1, Western Ag Network and the Rodeo Roadshow.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Today, a little something different. I visited with a committee member of the War Bonnet Roundup, Idaho's oldest rodeo. Her name is Chrissy State, and she's in charge of hospitality and sponsorships there at Idaho Falls. We'll get a committee person's perspective on rodeo on the Rodeo Roadshow coming up.
Be part of something bigger. Join the American Sheep Industry Association today. Producers who join their state sheep association automatically gain ASI membership and access to national resources and representation. If your state doesn't have an association, no worries. You can still sign up individually at sheepusa.org and stay connected to the future of the industry. Your voice matters. Your membership counts. Again, learn more at sheepusa.org.
It's rodeo time in Stanford, Montana. Don't miss the 62nd annual CM Russell Stampede, July 18th and 19th at the Judith Basin County Fairgrounds. Saturday, July 18th kicks off with live music at 2:30, followed by the quick finish art auction at 5:30, featuring some of the Northwest's premier artists. Top off the day following with a street dance. Then on Sunday the 19th at 1:30, it's all-out PRCA rodeo action. Rodeo tickets are $13 in advance, $15 at the gate. Kids 8 and under, just $10. Come join the fun. Full details at cmrstampede.com.
As a director of hospitality and sponsorships, kind of Reader's Digest version of your duties.
So hospitality, from the patrons that come in to the cowboys and cowgirls that come compete and their families and all of our contract personnel, my job is to make sure that their experience is remarkable, that they remember the War Bonnet for a fun place to come and have great entertainment or come and stay. Basically, I just tend to everybody's needs and make sure that it's easy to get around our facility, that our sponsors are taken care of and they know how important they are to us. And then on the sponsor side, I reach out to, well, I think right now we have 32 sponsors. So I reach out to local businesses and of course, some national businesses that support the PRCA and show them how their dollar can be well spent by supporting our rodeo.
Couldn't do it without sponsors. I mean, two things make it all work, right? I mean, the ticket paying public, which we so much appreciate, and couldn't do it without them, but we can't do it without the sponsors too, to get the added money to get the stars of rodeo there.
It's true. We are so grateful to our sponsors, and you're absolutely right. We couldn't do it without them.
Chrissy Staten of the War Bonnet Roundup in Idaho Falls, Idaho. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Okay, let's go to the Zoom room, and we're going to get with Kate Meadows. Kate, I got to ask you right off the bat, the question of the day, daylight savings time, making it permanent. Do you want to stay with just one time? Are you tired of moving the clock around?
Yeah, that's a contentious issue, even within our family. I honestly didn't have an opinion until I got married, and then my husband has an opinion, and it's a strong one. And so, I just kind of saw it as I never thought about it being optional, that it just, you do it, and that's just part of life. The fact that, this is a human imposed system, we can, and we can put it in, we can take it away. I think now I would be, I'd be for just having one permanent time. I think when they switched, it used to be I'm trying to remember, because daylight savings used to happen a lot earlier. So you'd have a more even split, between the seasons. And, when it goes all the way into November now, and then, we change it back in like March, it's hardly worth it. So yeah, it does. It's gotten more annoying over the years. So yeah, I think I'd be for just a permanent one time.
All right, we're going to put you down for leave the clocks alone. I don't think it affects me like all jet laggy. I don't even barely notice it. It's just an inconvenience. I'm probably like you. I'm like, I never gave it a whole lot of thought. But it's funny when you marry into someone who has a strong opinion, it forces you to have some kind of opinion, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, and he grew up in Indiana where for a long time there was no daylight savings. And then, you moved to some other state. It was one of 2 states, I think, that didn't have it. And so, yeah, he did have an opinion. But most of the rest of the country, like you say, did it. And it was just a habit. And yeah, so we'll see.
Right. Well, Congress did get something done. The House, anyway, they did approve the Sunlight Savings Act. Daylight savings time would be permanent. So in other words, what we're in now, I think more light added to the tail end of the day, not the morning. That's the follow-up question. Which way do you want to keep it?
I know. And to me, it's totally dependent on the season. So I love long daylight in the spring. Right. And I do like the shorter days in the winter because it's the variety. Right. We lived in California for a while and it was like 70s and sunny all day, every day. And you hardly knew if it was, winter, spring or summer. And so it was to me just another way of marking the seasons. So I do love the longer daylight in the springtime. So we'll see. It'll be an interesting, different experience.
Yeah. So now we're back to, we want to change the clock twice. It depends on the season. I like light here. I like it there. So now we got to go back to how we had it and moving the clock twice a year. So that's a tough one. Kind of like a press conference in Cheyenne. We're going to have a press conference. No, we're not. Are we going to have one? Data centers, Cape Meadows, those 2 things go hand in hand.
Yep. No press conference. We now know why. And I just got off the phone and we'll be putting a story out here in the next very short time. I'm just about done with it. And we'll explain what we learned there.
This is all due to the discovery of contamination in the wastewater in Cheyenne. And how did it happen and what happened? How is it not going to happen again? Betsey Hale was on earlier. She gave us a little bit of insight into how it happened. And I got to think the Board of Public Utilities just, it's not that they don't want to be transparent. They just want this to go away at this point. Okay, so we'll be looking at this story. I'll be eager to see this. Thanks for the heads up on the DJ, Phony Stark. Man, this guy's so cool. Bradley Skinner.
Yes.
Yeah, we had him on the show yesterday. What a gig. Can you imagine having that on your resume? You DJ the Savannah Bananas baseball craziness. Wow.
I know. And he just seems to have the personality for it. He has one heck of a story. I asked him when I was interviewing him, do you have a book? Because it sounds like you need to write a book. Tell us your whole life story. It's such a just feel good, rags to riches kind of thing. Sad that Green River High School is losing what's, sounds like a phenomenal teacher, especially a male teacher. I think, we're missing those in the public schools. But he also said, he's very likely not done with teaching. It's not a forever thing. This is not a forever gig. It's a kind of write it until it, see what happens and just kind of go step by step. But he's sure that he'll be back in the classroom at some point.
Yeah. Teaching theater, Green River. And now, when the call comes from the Savannah Bananas, hey, can you DJ a baseball game? You got to answer that, right, Kate?
I mean, if you know what you're doing and you're a fan, like you'd be hard pressed to say no.
Yeah, that's a once in a lifetime kind of thing. What's happening in Guernsey? There's like $1.3 million unaccounted for. What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, that's a story, it really depends on who you talk to. So, you have some people saying that it's negligence, it's overlooking, a clerk treasurer that doesn't know, what she's doing, what the, any job training, that kind of thing. That's one side of the argument. The other side of the argument is we do have the money there. It's just in different places, and we've had to move it around because of some kind of, audit that had to happen that carried over from one year into the other. So what numbers look like on paper isn't exactly what the actual story is. So I can, it's easy to see where there's confusion there, where the truth is, probably somewhere in the middle. There's a lot to be said about that.
All right, Kate. Well, stay on the whole data center. It is never ending. Just when I think I might have an opinion on data centers, whether they bring the benefits promised or whether they're all evil and there's no middle ground, I don't know, man. I just don't know. The latest is
a lot to think about.
Yeah, you are the data center reporter. Stay with it, Kate.
Thanks, Jake. We'll see you next time.
All right. Kate Meadows, Cowboy State Daily Show. She drops in on Wednesdays for us, and it was great to talk about some of her latest stories. What a fun Wednesday we've had. Golly, we went all over the place. Zach Fike was here, brand new lieutenant colonel, by the way, promoted from major, and he founded the Purple Heart Reuniting. Purple Hearts Reunited. It's getting medals of honor back where they belong. And he's had great success doing it. Hundreds of success stories. Jessica Lewis McFate trying to make sense of the whole U.S., Iran, Israel dust up over in the Middle East. She was on. Brook Grant discussed Compete for a Cause going on in Cody next month. Betsey, Hale, Cheyenne leads. We talked a little data center with her. Dennis Graham, Jordan Dean, they're refurbishing that galloping cowboy on the top of the Wrangler in Cheyenne. Jared Petrino and I talked UW Sports. David Giralt running for U.S. House. We had fun with David. Judd Rogers on a debut documentary from Wyoming PBS. It airs tonight. Don't miss it. All that and a bunch more today. We'll see you tomorrow, same time. Have a great Wednesday.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.